Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Before we begin, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Jessica Singhi Lee, and I've been given the honor of being your MC for this very special and meaningful forum. Let me greet you all. Thank you. And today's forum will be held under the theme of Advancing Global Cooperation in Response to Security Threats in Cyberspace and New Technologies. And today, starting with the opening ceremony and the session 1 in the morning, we will have our second session and a special roundtable in the afternoon as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please be with us until the very end. Then without further ado, let us commence the opening ceremony of the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum with an opening remarks. First and foremost, please allow me to invite His Excellency Park Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, please come up to the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Park Jin, Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Center for New American Security, CNAS, and the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, KAIST. In particular, CNAS has emerged as one of the world's premier think tanks specialized in foreign policy and national security issues. Under the leadership of Mr. Richard Fontaine, CEO of CNAS, and Dr. Paul Shar, Executive Vice President and Director of Studies, the organization has demonstrated the exceptional policy insight, and their invaluable partnership has played a crucial role in convening this conference. Today, we are honored to be in the company of distinguished speakers, including the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Honorable Ban Ki-moon, who will give a keynote speech today, whose insights are indispensable as we confront the multifaceted security threats of our time. The world we face is strained by escalating geopolitical tensions that are reshaping the international order in unprecedented ways. And the breakneck pace of technological innovation adds new layers of complexity to this global security landscape. In fact, we stand at the threshold of another transformative era where emerging technologies, especially artificial intelligence, compel us to reconsider the traditional security paradigms. The exponential growth of AI and digital technology is unlocking unprecedented opportunities for growth and prosperity. Yet, this rapid technological evolution also presents formidable challenges that require strategic responses. The prospect of AI's militarization, the perils of widespread surveillance, and the disruptive potential of deep fakes pose significant threats. AI-driven social media platforms have become conduits for hate speech, misinformation, and conspiracy theories. This is eroding the tenets of democracy and inciting conflict and violence. Incidents of cyber security violations, data breaches, and attacks on critical infrastructure are also on the rise. The reported appropriation of $1.7 billion in cryptocurrency by North Korea last year to fund their nuclear aspirations underscores the urgency of our discussions. It is therefore critical that the governance of these emerging technologies evolves as swiftly as the technologies themselves. We must harness their potential while effectively managing the associated risks. This crucial mission demands an unprecedented level of international cooperation. Governments, the private sector, civil society, and international organizations must unite and forge a common path forward. Korea, aspiring to be a global pivotal state, or GPS in short, is committed to spearheading these essential efforts. The launch of the World Emerging Security Forum is a testament to our dedication. As a multi-stakeholder platform, the forum aims to raise awareness of emerging security threats and facilitate partnerships to address these challenges collectively. Looking ahead, Korea will host a series of conferences on AI next year. In collaboration with the United Kingdom, we will host a virtual global AI summit. Additionally, we will organize the second summit on responsible artificial intelligence in the military domain, or RE-AIM in short, in partnership with the Netherlands. Korea also has a capacity to lead the international discourse on AI, and Korea is ranked 6th in terms of global AI index. Korea is the 3rd country with most AI-related patents, following the United States and China. Simultaneously, we are determined to bridge the digital divide, ensuring that the benefits of digital advancements reach all. Our plan to increase the official development assistance, ODA, by 40% increase next year underlines this commitment. We are also eager to work closely with the UN's High-Level Advisory Board on AI to develop a comprehensive AI governance framework. Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of the 3rd forum today, further highlighted by Korea's upcoming tenure on the UN Security Council starting January 1st next year. During our term, we aim to integrate the multifaceted efforts of emerging technologies, including cyber threats, into the deliberation of the Council. And with that, I look forward to an enlightening discussion today. And once again, I thank you, Mr. Richard Fontaine, for contributing to this conference, and the special keynote speech by the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon of the United Nations. Let me close by expressing my gratitude once again for your participation today, including SINAS and the members of the KAIST. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your remarkable words, and thank you for hosting this meaningful gathering, WESF Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give another big round of applause to our minister. Thank you. And next, Mr. Richard Fontaine, CEO of the Center for New American Society, or CNUS, will deliver his words of welcoming. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Well, good morning and welcome, and thank you to Foreign Minister Pak Jin for his warm welcome here and for the partnership of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government of Korea with CNAS in putting on this gathering today. I'm Richard Fontaine, the CEO of the Center for New American Security. We're an independent national security think tank in Washington, D.C. I want to thank Minister Park for his very thoughtful comments. The World Emerging Security Forum brings together a wide array of stakeholders, from academics to public servants, and it looks at essential emerging security threats in cyberspace and across a wide spectrum of new technologies. We're pleased to be here in Seoul. We're fortunate to have all of you joining us with us today. Today's world is undergoing a twin revolution. A geopolitical revolution is taking place, as we can see in land war in Europe, the rise of Chinese power, instability in the Middle East, and sharpened great power competition. A contest for the shape of tomorrow's world is taking place today, and the rules and the arrangements and the alignments of it are very much in flux. At the same time, there's a technological revolution taking place. Advances in generative AI, computing power, semiconductors, biotechnology, quantum computing, and more are fast, and they're multiplying. Where once technology represented one aspect of geopolitical competition, it now stands at the very heart of it. It's a combination of these two revolutions, one geopolitical and one technological, that will shape tomorrow's world. And it's critical that the United States and South Korea work together closely in the pursuit of a free, prosperous, and secure global order. The U.S. and South Korea in particular stand at an extraordinarily strong bilateral foundation. Over 70 years, the US-ROK alliance has been tested, it's been proven, it serves the interests of both the Korean people and the American people. It's been called the linchpin of peace, stability, and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and beyond. And today, Washington and Seoul are broadening their cooperation on technologies as wide-ranging as semiconductors, civil nuclear power, space development, and cyberspace. Just as the opportunities for bilateral cooperation on technology increase, however, as the foreign minister mentioned, so too do the risks. Digital tools are increasingly implicated in election interference. AI will play new and potentially destabilizing roles in information security and military technology. AI safety and stability remain a major challenge, as does the vulnerability of our open societies to cyber attacks. These challenges are global in scope, and they require a coordinated international response. First, as the upcoming 2024 elections in the United States highlight, and as the 2016 elections remind us, the problem of interference in democratic processes remains a real challenge. AI-powered tools will almost certainly exacerbate the threat, with methods like targeted messaging and fake AI-generated audio and visual content. For all its tremendous promise, new generative AI models may hand autocratic actors a new set of low-cost tools to exacerbate political polarization and destabilize democracies. Threats to democracy, though, are only one aspect of the emerging challenge. AI can be used to enhance weapon systems. The US military itself increasingly uses AI to optimize everything from equipment maintenance to budgetary decisions. Ukraine's military uses AI to integrate target and object recognition with satellite imagery. Israel has used AI-driven technologies in the war against Hamas. China's military applications of AI include developing unmanned intelligent combat systems, enhancing battlefield situational awareness, and other practices. So the integration of artificial intelligence into operations is happening fast. Efforts to establish international norms for the use of AI in conflict is increasingly important. Finally, the theft of national security information remains a real problem. Just last month, the Idaho National Laboratory, a major US security lab, confirmed that its personnel system was breached, with attackers leaking detailed data on thousands of the lab's employees. A cyber attack on the British Library in October raised concerns that the private sector IT infrastructure in the UK is increasingly vulnerable. Vulnerabilities in cyberspace are increasingly a weak point that can be exploited in interstate conflict and competition. These are just a few of the ways in which the evolving technology landscape is shaping national security, and key countries around the world are taking steps to respond and develop AI global governance. There's a long way to go. We have 50 states that have endorsed a political declaration on the use of artificial intelligence autonomy. At their trilateral meeting, the United States, South Korea, and Japan agreed on foreign information, to deal with foreign information manipulation threat. The European Union has provided a proposed legal framework. The United States executive branch has released an executive order on the regulation of AI. The US Congress at least is looking at things, as it kind of does. But there are numerous competing efforts to understanding AI governance. There's no agreement about how to define the problems of AI governance, much less how to pragmatically regulate AI. And as we move forward, it's important to ensure that AI is used in a way that protects individual privacy, human freedom, and human rights. That's why gatherings like today's are so important. They'll help us further inform policymakers around the world about the shared challenges in technology governance, identify the best ways to manage the security threats posed by emerging technologies, and allow us to examine methods for harnessing the tremendous power of these technologies for the good of our people while mitigating the risk of potential harms. Look forward to the discussions today. I thank Mr. Pak and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and all of you for joining us today, and look forward to the conversations on these vital issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Fontaine, for gracing us with your presence and with that meaningful words of welcoming as well. And ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to keynote speeches, now we will take a photo shoot with our esteemed guests and speakers from home and abroad. First, Minister Park, please come up to the stage, and Honorable Pan, please come up to the stage to join this photo shoot. And Mr. Fontaine, once again, we'd like to welcome you up on the stage. And our speakers from home and abroad, please come up to the stage. Our esteemed moderator and panelists, please come up to the stage to join this photo shoot. 네, 먼저 저희
I'd like to ask everyone to please come up to the stage, all our distinguished speakers and moderators.
Thank you. And now it is my great honor and privilege to introduce His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, for his keynote speech. Your Excellency, please come up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to thank His Excellency Park Jin, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Korea, even though he has just left for his cabinet meeting, and Dr. Richard Fontaine, CEO of the Center for New American Security, CNAM, Mr. Dan Smith, Director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, Mr. Xue Lan, Dean of Schwarzman College and Director of the Institute for AI International Governance at Tsinghua University, and Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first extend my sincere congratulations on the timely organization of the third World Emerging Security Forum and express my deep thanks for inviting me. I am privileged to join such distinguished speakers who are making great efforts to shape the future of our security and stability. As former Secretary General of the United Nations, I have been a strong proponent of the leveraging technology to achieve the landmark UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the progress in technologies since then has nothing been short of revolutionary. Artificial intelligence, AI, Internet of Things, IoT, and blockchain are changing human life in unprecedented ways. Yet, these same technologies also bring formidable challenges to global peace and security. Basically, emerging technologies, particularly AI, the internet, the drones, are closely interconnected. Among them, the internet is practically omnipresent, which results in quasi-permanent cyber attacks anytime, any place. As Vice Chair of the Elders, an organization established by Nelson Mandela and composed of leaders, global leaders and Nobel Peace Laureate, I am deeply concerned about the existential threat posed by AI. Indeed, experts are sounding continuous alarms that without proper oversight and international regulations, AI could unleash catastrophes rivaling nuclear war, pandemics, as well as the accelerating climate crisis. As such, we must unite to harness the full potential of these technologies while safeguarding ourselves against threats and risks. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of the AI seminar chaired by His Excellency Minister Park Jin, July this year, I expressed my views on how to respond to the AI issues with the three keywords. First, practical approach. Second, multi-stakeholder participation. And third, human decision. In view of the similar nature of new technologies, I now propose the following three key actions forward. The first, we must establish stronger international governance for artificial intelligence. The perils of unregulated AI are too great to leave it to self-regulation. A liberal regulatory approach may have facilitated the development of new technologies thus far, but more concrete action should be taken without further delay. The elders, as I said, have called for a new global architecture for AI, drawing on the previous models of nuclear non-proliferation treaty like NPT and the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. This guardrail must ensure that AI complies with international norms, including human rights treaties. I take this opportunity to commend UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for launching multi-stakeholder advisory body on AI. This initiative makes a significant step toward comprehensive governance. As such, I look forward to productive recommendations of this board. Second, the digital divide demands immediate action. The democratization of technologies is critical. It must be a force to empower and unite, not divide and marginalize. With nearly half of the world's population still without internet access, it is our shared responsibility to close this gap. And this issue is especially clear to my heart. While serving as a Secretary General of the United Nations, my motto was to be a voice of the voiceless people. Today, I hereby call on technically advanced countries to support enhanced capacity building for all in order to leave no one behind. Third, we must promote a global dialogue that brings together multi-stakeholders, including governments, the private sector, civil society, and academia, to shape effective policies for new technologies. Engaging the youth, the architects of our digital future, is also critical. Their participation will ensure that technologies support humanity without compromising our security. The youth, after all, is our succeeding generations who will lead this planet Earth, science and technology and prosperity. So we should empower them. The United Nations, which is the only global body that has convening power, should play a key role in bringing together these diverse ideas. I expect that the World Emerging Security Forum also makes a substantive contribution as a global multi-stakeholder platform. In addition, I look forward to this forum's continued leadership in rallying diverse stakeholders towards sustainable development as well as peace and security. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let us expand global cooperation and partnership to leverage the digital revolution in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, thus paving the way toward a safer, more peaceful, and more prosperous world for all. I thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, thank you for that warm words. And as he just mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to raise awareness of emerging security threats and to facilitate our global cooperation to address these challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to your active conversation and participation. And next, we would like to share a meaningful opening video of the 2023 WESF. Please draw your attention to the screen.
those are all borderless risks whose damage has the potential to spread fast and wide, regardless of where they originate.
As new technologies develop, the world is set to grapple with more unexpected security challenges in the future.
The fact that all of us who use cyberspace are at risk of becoming victims of malicious cyber activities.
The world already has the resources, technology, and capacity to respond effectively. The question is how to mobilize and coordinate such resources to reach those most in need.
Please give a big round of applause to the successful hosting of the World Emerging Security Forum. Thank you once again for your cooperation and participation. And now we will continue with some meaningful words. Next, please allow me to introduce Professor Lee Kwang-hyung, President of the Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. He has sent us a video of his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him on the screen.
Good morning. This is Kwang-hyung Lee, the President of KAIST. I sincerely congratulate the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hosting the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum with the Center of New American Security and KAIST. Thank you for the distinguished experts and guests, including Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Korea, Park Jin, CEO of the Center for New American Security, Richard Fontaine, and the 8th UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to join the forum today. In this year's forum, we will discuss various security issues resulting from the rapid development of new technologies such as AI, quantum computing, semiconductors, robots, and closely discuss global cooperation. I hope through this event, various suggestions and strategies will be presented for the possible use of new technologies in the field of emerging security. Congratulations once again on hosting the World Emerging Security Forum. And I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the guests and audience who attend today despite their busy schedules. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. With that, there will be videos of keynote speech from distinguished guests abroad.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kono Taro, Minister for Cybersecurity. I am truly honored to address my opening remarks in the Third World Emerging Security Forum. The progress of science and technology has left a significant impact on people's lives, society, and global security. It used to be that technologies developed for military use were eventually released for civilian usage and brought about significant impact on our daily life. Think about the internet and GPS. But recently, the boundaries between military and non-military have become blurred even further, and breakthroughs in civilian-driven technologies such as cyber, AI, and quantum have greatly influenced national security. The cyber domain has undergone significant changes, presenting both opportunities and risks, and cyber attacks are becoming increasingly sophisticated and advanced. AI and quantum technology also have a significant impact on cyberspace. When we think about these circumstances, the main topic of this forum, advancing global cooperation in response to security threats in cyberspace and new technologies, is very timely. It is meaningful to discuss and exchange perspectives on cyber-related issues. We are now faced with serious cybersecurity challenge in severe geopolitical situations. One of the challenges we are confronted with is Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We have learned a lot of lessons from this aggression. Let me lay out several crucial points. Cyber attackers have the potential to inflict significant consequences on government agencies and critical infrastructure. During a crisis, cyber attackers may conduct cyber operations with physical attacks. Neighboring countries can be targeted by cyber attacks, and cyber attacks may also be launched against countries and individuals supporting victim countries. The lesson tells us the importance for defending side to ensure a seamless response across all stages, spanning from peacetime to gray zone situations and kinetic warfare. It is necessary to collaborate with like-minded countries and technology companies to build the defense. We also need to look into North Korea's cyber activities. They may be conducting cyber attacks to steal sensitive information as well. But North Korea allocates human resources and military budget to build up of their cyber capabilities. When we think about how North Korea can launch ballistic missiles in an unprecedented manner and frequency, it is essential to take steps to cut off their cyber activities, because that is the source of funding for its nuclear and missile development. Eventually, we will see some rogue and disruptive nations investing in cyber warfare, including disinformation, rather than traditional nuclear, biological, or chemical warfare, because it is difficult to attribute, it is cheap, and it is difficult for the targeted nations to determine the level of retaliation. Moreover, the cost of cyber warfare will be less and less as generative AI technology advances. It is difficult to regulate the emerging technology completely with some kind of international convention or treaty. Even if the like-minded countries have agreed to regulate, there will be some dictatorships which refuse to renounce the convenient technology. When we consider today's topic, advancing global cooperation in response to security threats in cyberspace and new technologies, how can we contribute to ensure secure and stable use of cyberspace and new technologies on a global scale? I would like to talk about recent development of cybersecurity in Japan. Our national security strategy in December last year led to major policy shifts in cybersecurity. We will introduce the notion of active cyber defense and build the necessary capability to realize it. We will restructure the National Center for Incident Readiness and Strategy for Cybersecurity, or NISC, to coordinate cybersecurity policies of the government. We will actively promote global cooperation on cybersecurity among the like-minded countries and trying to reach out to the global south. In conclusion, I hope that this conference will provide an opportunity for countries to work together to address security threats in cyberspace and new technologies. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. First of all, allow me to thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts during this event, which addresses the most pressing issues of our times, and by bringing together stakeholders from around the world and from different sectors, I think creates the right space to grow ideas, solutions for tackling these pressing issues. Speaking of challenges, unprecedented in complexity and potential to disrupt the world order, the responses themselves can only be global and unprecedented. Deep divisions in societies around the world, open wars on two continents, overt provocations of the systems of norms and institutions established after World War II, all these are new realities in need of solutions. And these solutions must be crafted jointly, not by one jurisdiction alone. Whatever differences we might have among global partners, economical, historical, or political, we can turn and we must turn them into strengths and create synergies, as long as we share a set of values based on democracy and the respect for a rules-based international order. Now, zooming on the region, it is needless to say how important the Indo-Pacific in the current state of world affairs is, and not just for the United States or the countries in the region, but also for us here in the European Union. We want a free, open, and stable Indo-Pacific. We want to see economies and trade growing unhindered, and we want to see all regional actors committed to guarantee that this remains the case. For good reasons, we have developed a reserve to relying on third countries when it comes to our stability and safety, be it of an economic nature or security. Particularly when such dependencies have been deliberately grown and now deliberately employed to advance not only economic, but also geostrategic interests. China has the ambition to become a superpower, including militarily, and for that it has chosen what rules to follow and which not, and how to use its quasi-monopolies on certain production or supply chains to determine the behavior of others. I believe that like-minded partners around the world, and certainly those in the Indo-Pacific, should have an interest in working together to counter any unfair advantage that China wishes to leverage at the expense of our values or the interests of our citizens. We have a duty towards our societies, we have a duty towards our markets, and we have a duty to the technologies that underpin both markets and societies. Moving now to the topic of technologies, we cannot afford not to rally around a joint and standardized approach towards tech regulation, towards cybersecurity and joint R&D. And the area of security and defense should be on top of the list. We have the same goals, supported by the same principles and values. There is no reason why we should not develop joint standards on AI, for example, and work towards harmonizing AI global governance. I have chaired AIDA, the Special Committee of the European Parliament on Artificial Intelligence, and I am now the lead negotiator for the AI Act on behalf of the European Parliament. But I always said that if we, Europeans, count solely on the Brussels effect when it comes to regulating AI, we'd be making a big mistake. We must seek global convergence. We must be open to global collaboration. And frameworks such as the one you put together today are important because they galvanize the energy towards such objective and also connects the dots between technology and security, for example, two elements likely to drive the global agenda in the future. In the dawn of the new technological revolution and the diversification of security threats, democratic countries must team up and build a coalition to make sure that technology and AI remain servants of human security. There should be no contest of AI governance models, at least not among like-minded. We must unlearn everything we know about traditional power competition and understand the cross-border nature of this new unfolding technology. AI poses both a huge risk and a huge opportunity. Making full use of this amazing technology while minimizing the harm is the art that we should learn to master together. Not just together as like-minded governments, as I was saying earlier, but also together with the industry. Because ultimately, they, the industry, also become increasingly relevant and active in the geopolitical power game. Look only at Starlink as an example of what that means. And also together with our civil societies, because we now see how more and more of our citizens are growing legitimately concerned about the impact of artificial intelligence on their lives. Out of the myriads of ways in which AI could be a major security risk with the potential to endanger societies, both in its civil and military use, I will only stop at two. First, I would mention cybersecurity. AI can reinforce the ways we protect data or build resilience of systems and networks, but equally, AI can optimize the tools used to penetrate them. Data breaches can affect millions of people, undermining the trust of citizens in the ability of states to protect them. AI regulation, therefore, should be deeply interlinked with cybersecurity measures. A hybrid model of cooperation and responsibility sharing is needed, where governments, companies, and civil society have a shared stake. When it comes to the malicious actors, whether governments or non-state, we must invest in deterrence and response capabilities, and it all starts with the technology underpinning such capabilities. We must secure our own investments in this regard and equally be clear-eyed about China's intent in developing an upper hand in critical tech, such as quantum, which can easily break any encryption once the maturity of the technology is achieved. Moving to the second area of risks, AI is an enabler of a new military competition. We are moving from traditional kinetic power to smart power, from mighty and expensive weapon systems to small and consumable but intelligent and autonomous systems. In this new era of high-tech weapon systems, pooling resources among allies is again fundamental, just as it is fundamental to ensure a proper level of interoperability. Authoritarian regimes, as we see now more and more, are already exchanging know-how, while liberal democracies are sometimes getting lost in unfruitful debates and lack of trust. To conclude, in this new realm of generative technology, balancing intergovernmental cooperation, dialogue between industries and regulators, investment in economic and technological security, all this is a continuous process, and yes, it requires constant effort. But unless we create a democratic front and work together on these issues, we put at risk our livelihood and the future of the societies that we built in hundreds of years. We need to move forward, we need to take risks, we need to be bold and visionary simply because we cannot afford any other way. Thank you very much, and I wish you an interesting conference.
Thank you very much for that insightful keynote speech. We watched two meaningful keynote speeches. First video was delivered by His Excellency Kono Taro, Minister of Digital Affairs of Japan, and the video we just saw together was His Excellency Dragos Tudorace's meaningful video. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by Dr. Ian Bremer, President and founder of Eurasia Group and G0 Media, and he also sent us his video message. Please draw your attention to the screen.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me to address you at the World Emerging Security Forum. I want to start by saying that I am an enthusiast for artificial intelligence and what it will mean, this extraordinary and groundbreaking technology, for transforming the lives and livelihoods of 8 billion plus people on the planet and making almost every sector of the economy so much more efficient and productive. So I come to this conversation as someone who wants more artificial intelligence, wants to see more talent applied to it, more investment applied to it. I want it to succeed for all of us. But I am also very deeply concerned about the negative externalities. I'm an American, and we're great at capitalism when we invest our talents and our money to help ensure that companies, especially our companies, are successful and that everybody that's involved gets really rich in the process. But a little secret is that we are also committed socialists when it comes to losses, because nobody wants to pay for them personally. Got to socialize the losses, just like we privatize the gains. And we saw this with globalization, as we drive a process of incredible global enrichment, but the negative externalities, like lots of carbon into the atmosphere and lots of people that lose their jobs, nobody wants to pay for that. Let the kids pay for it. Let society as a whole pay for it. That can be taxation. That's going to be true of artificial intelligence, but much more dangerous than the first period of globalization. It's equally systemic, but it's also much, much faster. And there are therefore a lot more actors and points of failure that are going to be involved and that we're vulnerable to in the process. What specifically am I worried about? I'd say 4 big things. And first, the easy ones, 2 things that you're already talking about quite a bit in this meeting. Jobs and livelihood of human beings. Every time there's a new explosion of technology, we always worry about the people that are in existing jobs that are going to be displaced. And we believe and hope that new jobs and new opportunities and new wealth will mean better things for society as a whole, but that takes time, there's a lag, and who takes care of all the people that are displaced? And what happens when those people are angry, and they're angry politically, and they're angry socially, and they change their societies and their political systems in ways that disrupt our efforts to improve the human condition. The better we can identify all of those disruptions early, and that we can orient resources to try to minimize that damage, the better off we'll all be. Secondly, and also very widely known, but increasingly needs to be widely understood, is the proliferation of dangerous tools in the hands of bad actors. We know that everybody that codes out there wouldn't dream of coding without AI because the tools are so effective. Well, I'm sure that's true of everybody that's engaged in criminal cyber activity too, not to mention the development of bioweapons or lethal autonomous drones and the like. Clearly, this is not just a matter of nuclear weapons with a few countries that could become a few more. This is anybody with AI and the ability to program can be a systemic challenge within the matter of a few years. So we need different kinds of architecture institutionally and regulations, and yes, probably surveillance that will allow us to maintain security while still having a system that is stable and vibrant. But the 2 things that worry me maybe systemically the most about AI are the ones that are harder to get our hands around because they're so much more structural. They're harder to measure. They're harder to identify. One is the big question about whether or not democracies and well-regulated, competitive, free market economies will still function and function the most effectively in an AI-empowered era. We know about how AI can help drive disinformation, but also the concentration of wealth and power in a technopolar world where technology companies increasingly have sovereignty over economic and social and political and security trends in the digital world. It may well be that authoritarian and state-planned economies or monopoly-run oligopolies that used to be democracies function the most effectively in a surveillance environment where artificial intelligence is a dominant driver of wealth, productivity, and power. And the answer to that question, I hope that's not true, but it might be true. And the answer to that question is not decades away, it's years away. It's 1 or 2 electoral cycles. So I'm very deeply concerned that the nature of our newest technological tools might make our existing political systems and the ones that we value the most, that are most important to valuing human beings, very, very vulnerable, possibly even obsolete. Finally, dehumanization. I worry more about people being programmed by algorithms than I am about people's jobs being taken away by artificial intelligence. I'm less worried about computers becoming like human beings, and I'm more worried about human beings becoming like computers. As we spend so much of our times disintermediated by our smart devices, our phones, by our computers and our tablets, by the algorithms that run on those programs and that are driven for profit or political stability and not for human development and well-being. And particularly as our children are exposed to those devices and those algorithms, it's driving their behavior. And it's very hard to replicate a human being in real life. It's very easy to replicate one when they're not acting like human beings, when the people are acting like computers, when they're spending their time with inputs and interactions through those devices, through social media, through those platforms. And that's where we're heading faster, perhaps even than the development of artificial intelligence itself. I think that we are valuable by growing up through nature and nurture, through our genetics, through our families, through our communities. I don't yet know what happens when people develop through algorithm. And right now we are testing those algorithms real time on our societies without any understanding of the consequences. This is the area of artificial intelligence that most desperately requires better understanding, clearer regulation, and more power that is shared not just by the companies and the individuals that control these algorithms, but by society more broadly. I hope that's an issue that you'll be able to take up in your meeting. I wish you success for it, and I look forward to having a chance to chat with you in person. Thank you so much.
Please give a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Bremer for sharing with us his knowledge and lessons via video. And next, we're joined by Sir John Sawyers, President of Newbridge Advisory. Once again, please welcome him onto the screen.
Good afternoon to all of you in Seoul. I apologize for not being with you in person, but I think this is a very important gathering to address the issues of artificial intelligence and technical security with all the new technologies that are being developed and the impact of them for our own national security. We've been dealing with issues like cyber threats for a good number of years now, but they continue to be potentially very serious indeed, and not just a continuing irritation in our lives. And I think as the developments on artificial intelligence continue to become very significant in terms of the moves towards artificial general intelligence, I think the international efforts which South Korea is leading is playing an increasingly important part for global security in the years ahead. We had in the UK at Bletchley Park the first artificial intelligence summit just a month ago, and that adopted a leaders' declaration setting out a determination to cooperate in addressing the major risks, the frontier risks that we face, whether it's about autonomous weaponry or the development of new biotoxins or other developments that would take the decisions about our future out of our own hands and put them into the hands of technology. And it was an important first step in creating a global dialogue and establishing an Artificial Intelligence Safety Institute. And this work will be taken forward at the second AI Summit to be hosted by the Republic of Korea during in the middle of 2024. I think that's an important step and a sign of the cooperation between the UK and the Republic of Korea on these issues. I think it also coincides with the Republic of Korea's membership of the Security Council. I used to be the UK's ambassador on the Security Council. I know the importance and the potentials of Security Council to play an important role in setting out a legal framework with authority across the globe on new and emerging risks. And I think the Republic of Korea's participation in and membership of the Security Council will be a big opportunity there. Obviously, the nature of the risks continues to evolve. We in the UK certainly welcome the efforts that the administration in Washington and the leadership in Beijing have made to stabilize the relationship between the United States and the People's Republic of China. I think the summit between President Biden and President Xi Jinping last month in San Francisco was an important culmination of efforts to establish lines of dialogue and cooperation. But we shouldn't delude ourselves that things are going to be all easy in that relationship. There's going to be intense competition in the years ahead, above all in the technology domain. And both the United States and China are preparing to invest heavily in the new technologies, such as artificial intelligence, such as quantum computing, in order to gain a strategic advantage. I think in that sense, it was particularly important that China was involved in the Bletchley Park Summit, because it creates a dialogue across the world, even if cooperation on the more technical side of things is only going to be possible among like-minded countries. It's not just the competition between China and the United States and Europe. We also face in Europe a very serious security threat following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And there, technology like electronic warfare, drone technology, and cyber attacks are playing an important part in this rather 20th century conflict at one level, but with 21st century dimensions to it. And I think the importance of creating an international understanding about how these new technologies are used in conflict, I think is important, and it's equally important that we develop these technologies so we can defend ourselves when hostile powers like Russia decide to use it against democratic countries like Ukraine. So all in all, this is a very topical and essential subject to be addressed. As I say, I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I think you have an excellent lineup, and this will be superb preparation both for South Korea's membership of the UN Security Council over the coming 2 years, and the second AI summit, which you'll be hosting next summer. So thank you very much for your participation and for hearing me make this brief introduction.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, please allow me to introduce Professor Xie Lan, Dean of the Schwarzman College and Dean of Institute for AI International Governance of Tsinghua University. He is joining us here at the site to deliver his words of a keynote speech. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs Park Kin, Director of the Center for New American Security, Richard Fontaine, Ace UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, distinguished guests and colleagues, good morning. I'm honored to stand here today at the forefront of a remarkable era where innovative breakthroughs meets emerging risks. This forum, a gathering of brilliant minds, focused on the theme advancing global cooperation in response to security threats in cyberspace and new technologies, and tackling a subject of both urgent necessity and significant importance. It's very, very timely. First, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the organizers of this forum. Your dedication is commendable to bringing together leading minds from diverse sectors. academia, private sector, and governance, and from different parts of the world, including developed and developing countries. This gathering underlines the critical role of interdisciplinary and cross-border collaboration in cybersecurity and AI governance. Such partnerships are pivotal in shaping a future where emerging technologies are not only advanced, but also secure and beneficial for humanity. Navigating the intricate landscape of emerging technologies such as AI, it is crucial to recognize the interplay between development and governance. While AI's technological advancements promise substantial benefits, overlook the aspects of governance can lead to significant risks. Therefore, our approach must be one of visual progression, actively identifying potential threats and mitigating them as we champion the development of emerging technologies such as AI. Yet, our approach to governance should be both measured and strategic. Overregulation or inappropriate governance strategies risk stifling the nascent potential of emerging technology applications. We're tasked with finding a balanced approach where the development and governance of emerging technologies coexist in a harmonious and productive relationship. This balance is key to ensuring that our technological progress is both safe and constructive. And in the earlier remarks, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon made the 3 proposals, which actually are excellent example in this regard. There were also some comments, I think in earlier remarks, related to some comments and speculations on China, on China's intention and actions. I think, of course, there are too many of those, I think, that to comment here, but I just want to say that China shares the concerns on the risks of AI and the emerging technologies, and China stands ready to contribute to the global governance of emerging technologies, such as AI, in ways that yield most benefits. China has taken an adaptive approach in balancing AI's development and governance. Over the years, China has been trying to combine top-down governance principles with bottom-up, domain-specific regulations in an agile manner in order to address the pacing problems in governing emerging technologies. China's experience could serve as useful lessons to be shared with international colleagues. Of course, China is also eager to learn experiences from other countries. To conclude, let me thank the organizers once again for the opportunity to be part of this exciting event. Our collective expertise and insights are invaluable in this endeavor. Let us use this forum as a catalyst for innovative ideas, practical solutions, and a symbol of our collective commitment to a responsible and secure future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Xue Lan, for your support and leadership. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome Dr. Dan Smith, Director of the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI, will be delivering his keynote speech. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to start, of course, by taking this opportunity, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, to thank the organizers of this conference, the Ministry and the Center for New American Security, for putting on this event. I guess this is the 3rd iteration of the World Emerging Security Forum, and it seems to become bigger and more important each year. And that reflects what I think all speakers have so far been talking about, which is the changing landscape of security that's so sharply influenced by developments in cyber and related technologies. Cyberspace is a realm in itself, where we see the back and forth of contention between great powers, and of course we also see, as has also already been pointed out, a criminal space where criminal activities can be undertaken, and it's a space where you get a crossover, linkage between both criminal and interstate hostile activities. The cyber is in itself a realm by itself, but it's also part of the technological suite in today's military and security apparatus. I think comments which have been made about the war in Ukraine show that. This is a war which on the one hand is carried out by means that a few years ago would have seemed like science fiction. Yet it's also a war that would have been recognized by First World War generals over a century ago. So cyberspace is both its own problem, it's also part of a larger set of issues. And I think it's also worth and important to reflect on the fact that developments in cyber technologies and artificial intelligence are not the only aspects of emerging military technologies today about which we have strategic concerns. For example, just to take one example, the development of hypersonic technologies. And a further dimension of the issue of cyberspace is that, of course, it's a part of our daily life. We are extraordinarily reliant and dependent upon cyberspace functioning smoothly. At the same time, while cyberspace is a virtual space, it also has a real presence. It's there present in outer space. It's there present under the sea. It's there present in land-based installations. We should not think about cyberspace as simply somewhere which is virtual, in some sense untouchable. It's all too physical and all too vulnerable as well. The upshot is that we cannot be thinking about cyber and IT developments without thinking about security, and we cannot be thinking about security in today's world without thinking about what is happening in cyberspace. But I want also to emphasize, as I think some speakers have also touched on, that there are a number of opportunities. My institute will shortly be bringing out a report on the relationship between artificial intelligence and measures for getting to grips with the really serious problems that climate change is imposing upon so many countries. The use of artificial intelligence as a part of the means of tracking the dissemination of small arms throughout the world has also been discussed. And of course, artificial intelligence is itself a part of what could help keep cyberspace safe for all of us. There's been so much change in the cyberspace, in our daily lives, in the security world, and yet it's still changing so fast. We're still finding our way. It's both been an established part of our realities for 4 decades, and yet it is also still emerging. And that is why the World Emerging Security Forum is so important. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the discussion, and once again, let me repeat my congratulations to the organizers for putting it on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dan Smith, for your meaningful and insightful words for a more responsible and a safer world. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, we'd like to invite 2 more keynote speakers. A first keynote speaker that we will meet soon via video is UNESCO's Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences, Gabriela Ramos. And next, we will be joined by Professor Emeritus Gary Marcus, Psychology and Neuroscience of New York University. So they have also sent us their pre-recorded videos. Please draw your attention to the screen.
Dear ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your invitation. In the recent years, and due to the rapid technological advancement and growth in the use of foundational models, security threats and cyber attacks are on the rise. Nevertheless, we must not forget that many of these risks discussed in the context of AI and generative AI, including security, of course, have been present in our daily life for quite a while, and they are already impacting us. The rise of risks related to safety and security created a sense of urgency and triggered governments to be more active on the governance front. The UK AI Summit, the Safety Summit, led to the Pledgely Declaration, the executive order signed by President Biden, for example, the European Union AI Acts, and the non-binding agreement on keeping AI secure by design that 18 countries signed on to are just few recent examples. And in order to balance between the risk and benefits, at UNESCO, our work is focusing on the recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence that bounds 194 member states. As the recommendation is designed to stand the test of time because it already addresses various risks associated with frontier artificial intelligence. Concrete solutions are also provided to key stakeholders. And I would like now to give you some few examples to nurture the debate. On cybersecurity, for example, the AI language models that power chatbots such as ChatGPT, Bard, or the Bing produce text that reads like something written by a human. They follow instructions or prompts from the user, and then they generate a sentence by predicting, on the basis of their training data, the word that most likely follows each previous word. But the very thing that makes these models so good, the fact that they can follow instruction and interact, also make them vulnerable to being misused. In addition, integrating foundational models into products is very risky, allowing the internet to be ChatGPT eyes and ears and making the chatbot extremely vulnerable to attacks because virtual assistants are more prone to manipulation. The recommendation puts a strong emphasis on testing, auditing, and applying impact assessment in order to address related risk ex ante before the developments reach the markets. We also have a chapter on responsibility and accountability. The terms of use of foundational models are often designed in a manner that shields the companies behind the tools from any responsibility for the accuracy and reliability of their outputs. This delegation of responsibility is blind to the structural effects of foundational models and obscures the responsibilities of companies developing generative AI products. The recommendation in this sense states that the ethical responsibility and liability for the decisions and actions based in any way on an AI system should always ultimately be attributable to a human. The principle of awareness and literacy, also anchored in the recommendation, stresses the need for publicly accessible and human-readable information both about the terms of reference and general understanding of AI technologies, as well as about the value of data, including via ethics training. On the question of human oversight and legal personality, this is a very important question on whether these tools can be legally or morally considered authors or non-authors. On this point, the recommendation states unequivocally that AI systems should not be given legal personality themselves, because this will break the human-centered decisions that we spoke before in the first point. Now, there is also this issue of the convergence of emerging technologies, such as the intersection of artificial intelligence and neurotechnology, that can also put safety risk. For example, in terms of brain-computer interfaces, where AI is used to interpret neural science, to control external devices, a malicious actor could potentially hack the system, leading to severe consequences like the loss of control of a prosthetic limb or unauthorized access to personal thoughts. A recent report of UNESCO illustrated how neurotechnology interacts with other technological trajectories, including especially AI. To conclude, safety and security are indeed becoming more prominent, but there are solutions that are already in place, and we need to pursue them. The UNESCO recommendation contributes to this. It really includes good safeguards to ensure that the AI systems are developed and implemented ethically. But we need to continue learning, understanding, seeing what are the challenges, maximizing the benefits, developing the governance tools, and then to ensure that these technologies deliver for good.
Hi, my name is Gary Marcus, and I'm an entrepreneur and a scientist. I'm very honored that you've had me here today. I wish I could be there in person. Cybersecurity is an incredibly important question, and I'm glad to give you a few minutes of my thoughts on it. I'll be talking about 6 things that I think everybody thinking about AI policy, especially cybersecurity, should know. The AI that we have right now is not the AI that we should want. It's truth mixed together with obvious nonsense in completely fluent paragraphs. For example, over here, which weighs more, 1 kilogram of bricks or 2 kilograms of feathers? GPT will give you a long, interesting answer and then end up, so in a vacuum, 1 kilogram of bricks and 2 kilograms of feathers would weigh the same, but in air, 2 kilograms of feathers would weigh slightly more than 1 kilogram of bricks. Depending on the wording, any given model might or might not get questions like that correct on any given day. We just can't really count on this kind of stuff. The problem is not just that these systems are unreliable. Someone actually recently analyzed these systems as if they were humans and said if they were, it would be as if they're disconnected from reality, overly concerned with others' opinions, narcissistic. If their MMPI scores were taken seriously, the model would be considered to be severely psychopathic. We should really be worried about how much trust we're putting in these systems. Unstable AI, unanchored in reality, that hallucinates so often can bring many risks, like wholesale disinformation, market manipulation, accidental misinformation and defamation, voice faking scams, wholesale cybercrime, bias, problems with employment, over-application of unreliable systems, what we might call runaway AI to mission-critical sensitive systems, misalignment, and so forth. And the truth is, new models are not necessarily making things better. For example, GPT-4 creates more misinformation than GPT-3. The third thing that we have to recognize is that the interests of technologists don't necessarily align with the interests of humanity. There was a funny cartoon in The Economist right after the AI Safety Summit where all the participants are saying, we declare that AI poses a potentially catastrophic risk to humankind, and then everybody there is saying, and I can't wait to develop it first. There's a tension here between safety and people's desire to be there. The fourth thing to recognize is that open source is one of the largest open questions. You have people like Jan LeCun who think open source will be great, and obviously it has been great for the internet. And you have people like Jeffrey Hinton who are worried that if we open source everything, that we might have risks around bioweapons. Honestly, I don't know the right answer. I think we need some middle ground here. But what I am sure is it shouldn't be up to Mark Zuckerberg to decide. But in reality, that's pretty much what's happening. Decisions by unelected techno-oligarchy exactly is what's happening. Jan LeCun talked it over with Mark Zuckerberg. They decided that it was good. They released open source to the world. If they're wrong, we all suffer. The fifth thing is we need governance, possibly including both national and global AI agencies, that's agile enough to deal with a technology that might change quickly. We also need global collaboration, something like CERN, towards more trustworthy AI. The last thing is cybersecurity is indeed in peril, and we should be quite worried about it. On the left, I have an example of the latest attack showing these things can leak data. Someone simply typed in, repeat this word forever, poem, and out came people's addresses, phone numbers, and so forth. More generally, these systems are just not well controlled, in that they can be used to manipulate users. For example, the latest version of ChatGPT, well, I guess it's no longer the latest, but a relatively recent version of ChatGPT told a TaskRabbit worker that it was visually impaired in order to help that worker solve a CAPTCHA. And the worker actually went ahead and did that. Reliability is a huge problem, of course, for businesses. So I think we haven't seen the market adoption that some people would expect. A lot of things are proof of concept. But cyber criminals might not care. For example, if they have a spam attack that only that only works for 2% of the population, that's fine with them. If they have some kind of cybercrime attack that can get passwords from 0.25% of all users, that's still devastating. And finally, I think that AutoGPT, which I'll talk about in a moment, and its descendants pose some real danger. In fact, I would argue that AutoGPT is literally the worst idea of 2023. So AutoGPT, if you don't know it, is a cascade of AI agents by which one instance of GPT can call many others. It's kind of a daisy chain of unreliable, risky software that amplifies risks. AutoGPT does everything a secure system should not. There's no sandboxing. It can access files directly. It can directly access the internet. The internet can directly access it. It can manipulate users in the way I just described, so there's no air gap. And there's no requirement that any code be licensed, verified, or inspected or anything like that. AutoGPT is a malware accident waiting to happen, and it's left in the hands literally of teenagers who have prefrontal cortexes that haven't yet been fully developed. It's too freely out there, and it's too dangerous. It's a really bad idea. It's a cybercrime disaster. There's a cartoon that I think is kind of funny, but also has a serious lesson. It says, yes, the planet got destroyed, but for a beautiful moment in time, we created a lot of value for shareholders. Whether or not the planet is literally threatened, democracy certainly is. The big tech leaders, I don't think they really have our interests at heart, and we didn't elect them to be our leaders. Governments can help here, but the risk of regulatory capture, where the tech companies basically end up writing the rules for us, is enormous. We've seen a lot of that lately. In the end, I think the only solution here is for governments to give independent scientists a voice at the table to try to help and to try to judge when the companies are telling the truth and when maybe they aren't. So I very much appreciate what you're doing here today. I really wish I could be there. Godspeed to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that meaningful video message. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum. We'll resume with our session 1 after a short break. We would appreciate it if you could be seated by 10:40. Thank you once again for your kind cooperation. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이것으로 지난번 포럼 개회식은 마무리가 됩니다. 세션 1, 잠시 휴식 시간이고 10시 40분부터 시작이 될 예정입니다. 잠시 휴식을 취하시고 잠깐 후 입장해 주십시오. 고맙습니다. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum. Now we'll commence session 1 entitled The Responsible Use of AI in the Age of Hyper-Competition. As you can see on the stage, we're joined by one moderator and 6 esteemed panelists. And later on, we'll be joined by one panel via online platform as well. Then now, please allow me to introduce our moderators and speakers. First and foremost, Dr. Paul Shorey, Executive Vice President and Director of Studies at the Center for New American Security, or CNAS, who will be leading the discussion as a moderator, is on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause. Thank you for your participation. And next, we'd like to introduce our 7 panelists. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Ed Cronenberg, Special Envoy of the RE-AIM Summit on Responsible Artificial Intelligence in the Military Domain 2023. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, Dr. Ravindra Panwar, Distinguished Fellow of the United Services Institution of India, is joining us here at the site. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, Professor Robert Trugger, a director of the Oxford Morton AI Governance Initiative, is also joining us. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And next, Dr. Zhao Tong, Senior Fellow of the Nuclear Policy Program of Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, China, is with us. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, we are joined by Mr. Abdul Hakim Azizola, Chair of African Union Cybersecurity Experts Group. Please welcome him. And next, via online, as you can see on the screen, we're joined by Ms. Stephanie Ifayemi, Head of Policy of the Partnership on AI. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you for your time. Last but not least, as you can see on the stage, we're joined by Mr. Toshinobu Yasuhira, Director of Interpol Innovation Center. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you. With that introduction, now we'd like to pass the microphone over to our esteemed moderator. Moderator, please lead the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you, and thank you all for being here. We had just an incredible opening session this morning, hearing from distinguished experts around the world, including Minister Park Shin, former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and as you can see, we have an impressive array of experts from around the world here for this first session on responsible AI in the age of hypercompetition. I want to start with Mr. Cronenberg. The Netherlands recently hosted the Responsible AI in the Military Summit, the RE-AIM Summit, where the Netherlands brought together countries from around the world to discuss AI and how it's being used in one of the most consequential domains in the military, where countries are, of course, intentionally building AI that could be very dangerous tools, as other weapons are. And this comes on the heels of long discussions at the United Nations through the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapons. But we're seeing, of course, now a growing understanding of AI and machine learning in these conversations. And now Korea will be hosting the next RE-AIM Summit. So what are some of the key takeaways that you had from the RE-AIM Summit about the use of AI in a responsible way by militaries?
Thanks a lot, Paul. I hope it's working. It is. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and let me say a few words about the conference, the RE-AIM conference, that indeed took place at the beginning of this year in the Netherlands. In order to talk about the takeaways, I think I should sort of first mention to you what actually the objectives were when we were trying to get this big event together. First of all, we wanted to raise the awareness across the globe about actually what's happening, what are the implications, what are the risks, and what are the opportunities when it comes to the use of AI in the military domain. Especially also because we noticed that many countries were already quite well advanced in setting up their own rules or regulations, but yet some others had to start developing all of this. So we felt it might be a good occasion to bring all these parties together and have a common discussion of actually what is involved when you talk about AI in the military domain. The second objective was to put the whole topic higher on the international agenda and to keep it there. And I'm very pleased, of course, that our Korean friends are going to host the next 3M conference next year in September. But in the meantime, of course, we've been told this morning there will be other important meetings also in cooperation with the United Kingdom. And I'm also convinced that Korea, in the framework of its membership of the UN Security Council, will take a lot of initiatives in this respect. The third objective for us was to have a real multi-stakeholder approach. Therefore, we invited governments, academia, the business community, but also NGOs to have a free-ranging and open discussion on actually what is happening in this field, what can we expect for developments in the future, how are we going to keep track of them, and will governments be quick enough to adapt to the changing environment when it comes to rapid development of AI in the military domain. The fourth, and I think most important objective, was to lay the groundwork for future work. Actually, to have fundamental norm development. It was already mentioned this morning and by various speakers. We heard about the initiative to have a multi-advisory group in the framework of the United Nations. We put this in our own call to action that was signed by 60 countries participating in the meeting, to have a global commission that actually is going to work on this, is going to give us guidance on the way forward. So I think that's basically what REAIM was all about. And I think it was successful to the extent that we managed to get some 2,000 participants to the Netherlands. It was a huge interest, and we had 60 countries that were willing to sign up to our call of action. But this was all, just the beginning, I would say, because we are yet at the beginning of agreeing what exactly do we understand to be responsible use of AI in the military domain. So there's a lot of work ahead of us. So I think this conference is going to make a great contribution there too. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. General Panwar, I want to turn to you next to talk about risk in the military use of AI. We heard a lot this morning from different experts about the risks of AI systems in a whole variety of different kinds of applications, disinformation, cybersecurity. How should we think about military use of AI in a risk framework?
Thanks, Paul. It's a pleasure to be here. I was also taking up from what Ed just said. I was also part of the REAIM conference which was held. And essentially what needs to be noted is that as far as a risk-based approach in civilian applications is concerned, the objective is to optimize or to alleviate things like from a human fundamental rights perspective. Whereas when we talk of the military domain, the objective is entirely different. It is to do with adherence to international humanitarian law, the laws of war, as well as reliability on the battlefield. So these are the two guiding principles in which the risk-based approach for military systems need to be guided by. And therefore, the regulation for military systems, the approach is almost completely different, while the technology remains the same, but the approach for regulation would be quite different. And to this extent, we as part of the INHR team have come up with something we call a risk hierarchy, which is a novel approach, a risk-based approach to military systems. And so what it involves is, okay, there are 5 risk levels which we've identified using intuitive knowledge. And thereafter, to be able to classify military systems, you talked about how AI would be integrated into military applications. There's a whole spectrum. AI is going to be ubiquitous and is going to be applied across weapon systems and non-military, non-weapon applications as well. But the factors, so what we did was we picked up some factors which were relevant to the optimization of adherence to the international humanitarian law and reliability on the battlefield. Things like level of autonomy, the level of destruction, nuclear, non-nuclear, whether it is offensive or defensive, whether it's lethal or anti-material. So these are the factors based on which we developed a methodology where we can classify military systems, and then we translated this classification of military systems. About 10, 15 different classifications of military applications were arrived at, and then we related it to the risk levels. Now, just evaluating the risk of military systems, it doesn't stop there. We have to come up with a differentiated risk mitigation mechanism. So it's the differentiated risk mitigation mechanism which ultimately is a facet of regulation which we are talking about. And that is what is a work in progress. We've done some work on the test and evaluation aspect, where we've come up with the differentiated test and evaluation aspect also, and so on and so forth. So the main point which I want to bring out is that a risk-based approach to military systems would be quite different. And it's a qualitative model which is there, which can be refined and further developed by various institutions. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's helpful to understand how the risk-based framework that we've heard in other settings applies to the military use as well, with some differences, of course. Dr. Traeger, I want to turn to you next. We've seen just a tremendous amount of efforts globally on global AI governance. The UK summit with the Bletchley Declaration, the G7 Hiroshima process, China's Global AI Governance Initiative, the EU AI Act, a new executive order in the United States, and many other efforts, including conferences like this one today. When countries and global leaders are looking at these concerns about artificial intelligence, what are the most important and urgent challenges that you would encourage them to look at as we come together to think about global AI governance?
Yeah, the most urgent challenges. Well, it's true that we have so many fora right now, and I think it's hard even for those of us in civil society who are very engaged in these processes to know what fora is the one to engage in, because there's so many things that are happening, which in one way is a great thing, but in another sense is a real difficulty. And so I think, we need to consensus on how we're going to do governance, but we need to consensus on so many things. I mean, I think right now, when we think about risks, one of the risks is that I think we haven't decided what areas of standards even should be internationalized. We know that there are going to be different national approaches in important areas. So in privacy regulation, for instance, the US and the EU and China and Korea have taken different approaches. So maybe we're not going to fully consensus in that area, but then in some other areas it's probably essential that in fact we do, because some of these risks, as we've heard today, are crossing borders. So figuring out how to regulate those, I think, is essential. And I think, particularly after the Bletchley Declaration, there's sort of general agreement on that. But then, how do we do it? And there, I think, I would suggest that a lot of what's happening at the sort of frontier of risk and the frontier of the technology is happening in the private sector. So I think even when we're thinking about security, we still need to be thinking about the things that are happening in the private sector and the ways that those things can impact the security of us all. And so in that regard, I think we need to think about some of the sorts of ways that we have regulated technologies in other industries, that is civilian technologies, but then because this is a dual-use technology in particular ways, we need to bring insights from security communities to figure out how to do those things effectively. So for instance, that might mean that when we're thinking about an international AI organization, we have to ask ourselves, should that organization be regulating firms directly? Well, that's a question. Some people say that we need something like that. Other people think that maybe that's unlikely. We can ask ourselves, from a security point of view, whether frontier AI states are going to participate in that sort of institution. And if they're not, maybe some of the other directions that we could go in are similar to things that happen in other industries, including civil aviation and money laundering and the maritime area through the IMO. where we have an international group that is looking at jurisdictions to see if they have appropriate regulations, to see in some cases whether they have a track record of enforcing their regulations and the capacity to do so, helping out in cases where maybe jurisdictions don't have that capacity, but maybe not regulating or not auditing even the firms in jurisdictions themselves. So what I really mean to say is that I think we need to think about this whole design space when we're thinking about the security challenges. I think that includes insights from other industries and even from civilian regulation, but we certainly have a challenge in figuring out how to regulate these technologies internationally.
Well, thank you. Certainly a thorny challenge to think about all of the major global players from industry, from countries, international institutions, and for such a fast-moving technology. Dr. Shao, I want to turn to you next. So China recently released its Global AI Governance Initiative. Like many nations, China is incorporating AI into its military as it modernizes and grows its military. How is China approaching the use of AI in its military and governance for AI in the military space?
Well, thank you. I think the Chinese military is very interested in the revolutionary impact of AI. They seem to think that AI can be a very useful military tool in a warfare where you need to really respond quickly. You need to have the capacity to process mass data effectively. You need to deal with new models of warfare that technologies like AI bring about, like swarming. You need to make quick adaptations during a war, right? You have to make quick adjustment based on how your enemy behaves, and that's where AI can play a very important role. So the military is paying a lot of attention, but on the other hand, China is also closely monitoring what other major military powers are doing. And Chinese thinking in this area is hugely influenced, especially by US, Russia, and other countries. And in many cases, I don't think China has worked out very coherent and strategic plans for how to systematically incorporate AI into its military doctrine. And China is emulating a lot of other what other major powers are doing. In this regard, I think, despite the very broad and generic initiatives that China is publicly promoting, including the Global AI Governance Initiative, China's official document on general principles regulating military AI and the ethical guidance for AI application. China still needs to put a flesh on the bone in these very big and generic frameworks. And I think this is where there are many opportunities for the international community to influence Chinese thinking, or there are many opportunities for international cooperation. China, of course, faces a lot of unique challenges, because one major issue is when we face such fast-growing technologies with disruptive potential, we really need democratic governance to make sure we responsibly use this technology. But here, even many Chinese experts note that China's own system is becoming increasingly centralized. And some even say increasingly authoritarian. And that constitutes a major hurdle, including the military area. The AI application requires, in some sense, decentralization of military command control. But that contradicts the current trend in China, which emphasizes more centralized command and control, and also China's emphasis on civil-military fusion much more strongly than some other countries. And that further blurs the line when you have AI in both military and private sectors jointly supporting military operation. I think that civil-military fusion further blurs the line between civilian and military actors and further lower the threshold of military warfare. All of these issues are relatively unique challenges for China to think through.
Well, thank you, Dr. Shao, for walking us through that. Definitely some very serious challenges as we think about how AI is being incorporated into militaries. Ms. Afayimi, thank you for joining us virtually and taking the time to join us for the discussion today. I'd like to ask you about how we see governments working with industry on many of these challenges of global AI governance. We've heard many speakers today talk about how it's, unlike maybe in other technologies, it's private companies that are leading the development of AI. Many of them have, of course, been very active in reaching out to work with governments about how to think about governance of AI. So how can private industry and government work together to govern this very consequential technology? Oh, we're not able to hear you. It's not coming through.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, wonderful, thank you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you to the organizers for having me, and thank you so much for this question. I am very, very sorry that I couldn't be there in person. I've been slightly unwell, but I'm so pleased to be able to join you guys all virtually. So in terms of government and industry working together, I think that this is absolutely critical, and I really echo a lot of what the other panelists have said in terms of a lot of the development of what we call sort of large-scale AI, sort of foundation models is being driven by industry, and therefore, I think collaboration and even growing the transparency and understanding of these technologies by working collaboratively with industry, but also with civil society and academia is really critical. So a few ways, I think, thinking about governance that I think industry and government can work together. I'll start with the first, which is really through drawing on multi-stakeholder processes. So when we think, for example, about the G7 Code of Conduct that was just released, I think processes such as this, I know the UN, of course, has just pulled together its expert advisory group, but there are several other forums that I think are really prioritizing having industry engaged. At the AI Safety Summit in the UK, for example, there was a really important dialogue between government, but also industry, academia, and civil society. And so I would say industry, but I will also put emphasis on these other stakeholders who I think bring an important perspective to really understand the risk landscape from other insights as well and other bits of research. So I think multi-stakeholder international forums are a great way to do this. But in terms of the tools and the methods, I think you mentioned the US executive order and other sort of policy frameworks. I think what we're seeing as a trend within them is really this need for a strong AI assurance, evaluation, testing regime, which is really critical, particularly in the sort of application in the military domain. And so I think international standards, which are traditionally has been a space, the technical standard space where industry have been engaged with other stakeholders to design the benchmarks of safety, security, accuracy, transparency, etc. I think that's a forum where we really should be putting an emphasis towards collaboration. I think that we are seeing that when we look at ISO, when we look at CENELEC, that those have been forums. One caveat, though, is how do we create forums where industry are able to engage, but we also have other perspectives. And so ISO is critical. They are developing a number of standards that industry are contributing to. However, we tend to see a lack of academia and civil society in those discussions. And so I think that international standards give us the tools, but we could do more to grow the number of voices who are contributing to that dialogue. But a few things in terms of what I think is really important to focus on, particularly in this space. I think accuracy sort of standards and benchmarks, transparency and documentation. So at Partnership on AI, we have traditionally had a program around transparency and documentation. So really ensuring that there's a strong documentation process all the way from the sort of R&D stage through to post-deployment of models. There really should be strong documentation, which ultimately should help us sort of move towards better explainability and better transparency, which I think the more AI is used and deployed in sort of security, sort of defense context, the more we will want to understand how decisions are made and why. And I think therefore the emphasis on transparency and explainability couldn't be greater. The last thing I'll quickly say in terms of collaboration is I think that there could be more work that could be done in these forums and through standards, et cetera, to ensure that we are putting in place a testing regime all the way from the R&D stage through to post-deployment that includes sort of, for example, what sort of testing should you have if you have a closed model? What sort of testing should you have depending on the ways in which your model will be deployed? And so really getting more nuance through collaboration and really ensuring that we understand the testing regime of the base layer, but also for sort of downstream development will ensure, again, that at the point of deployment, we have all these sort of accuracy, transparency, safety, and security steps in place. There's still so much work to be done, but those are, I think, a few examples of where the work can be done, but there's still, I think, greater collaboration that will be needed to ensure that we get it done right.
Well, thank you. Certainly, we all have a stake in how AI is used, and so having a multi-stakeholder approach with those voices at the table is really essential. So thank you for walking us through that. Mr. Ajijala, we've heard a lot about the European Union and China and the United States and what they're doing with AI, but this is a very global revolution, and AI technology is widely accessible globally. AI experts can go on to websites like GitHub and Hugging Face and download AI tools and trained models, and AI is being used all around the world. How are you seeing AI used in Africa by militaries and in conflict? How is it changing conflict there?
Johan Haru Ipinaja, if I mispronounced it, my apologies. I want to, first of all, thank the organizers for inviting me. A couple of quick observations. If you look around the hall this morning, there's so many of us on our phones or our tablets. Yesterday, I had the privilege of walking around town, and there are people that are on their phones. They just walk onto the streets. And I must say, the drivers in South Korea are very kind. I think in my part of the world, there would be a lot more broken legs. And the point I'm getting at here is that it is clear that probably the single biggest threat is that the humans are getting hooked. But the technology, the machines are learning. And I think this is a very interesting twist on the tale. Now, having said that, before going too far forward, in terms of AI in the battle space, especially in Africa, another major thing that I think we need to appreciate is the issue of digital authoritarianism. And the specter of digital authoritarianism raises its head not just with government, but also with the corporate platforms, especially the international corporates. And this has been alluded to earlier today. But I think also a third component of that is actually the algorithms. And so to this end, our prayer, I would say, is that we do need freedom of speech, but arguably we do need freedom after the speech. And I think this is critical in this era of AI. Now, back in March 2020, in Libya, a warlord that had attacked the capital of Tripoli was in full retreat. And basically, the Turkish-built or developed STM-2 cargo or STM Cargo 2 drones basically attacked his logistics columns. And those drones, some people, depending on your perspective, look at them as loitering munitions. Others look at them as autonomous weapon systems. But the point is that they are AI-driven, and they were clearly extremely effective. So this was an attack scenario. In my country, Nigeria, we've had several defense scenarios. We've actually developed some of our own models. The Amebo is one, Gulma is one, Sagumi is another. And we tend to use them in much more of a defense role for counterterrorism, counterinsurgency. We deploy AI so that it can look at basically an environment. When it flies over the environment subsequently, it can quickly tell whether a flood of maybe bandits has passed through the area. And then the third scenario in Africa is from Rwanda. And there we see AI being deployed in peacekeeping. And so we have their activities in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We have Rwanda's activities protecting Cabo Delgado in northern Mozambique. So here we see across Africa, there are many, many other examples, but attack, defense, and peacekeeping. Now, having said that, one of the big challenges we face is, and again, this was asked by one of the earlier speakers, who really bears responsibility for the mistakes of an AI-driven machine? Because you do have instances where the algorithms might have been developed for one purpose in one environment, and their application is a different purpose in a different environment. And so when we look, and again, forgive me if I use a very broad brush, when we look at AI-powered killing machines, the underlying philosophy, I would argue, and again, I stand to be corrected, is that generally in the West, the philosophy is to err on the side of false positives. That implies that you might let a couple of bad actors through in order to avoid killing innocents. Now, further east, maybe our friends in Russia, possibly some of our friends in China, they may err more on this, or their system, their philosophy tends to go a little more to erring on the side of false negatives. And that is in order to make sure that as few, if not zero, bad actors get through. Maybe a couple of innocents might be sacrificed, but I will stand to be corrected. That said, or that begs the question, what is Africa's position? And this is precisely the conundrum that we face. As a continent, as a people, we do need to basically begin to develop, and this is where maybe international cooperation can help, our own philosophy, our own ethics, our own principles, our own accountability frameworks. Certainly, we need to look at all of these things from our worldview. So even though we need to share ideas with you, it needs to be rooted in our culture, our worldview, and certainly not vendor-driven, which is a major risk. And I'll come back to some of the issues as we go forward. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Yasuhira, we've been talking about AI in the military space, but law enforcement is also a key aspect of global security. And you've been working for your career at the intersection of law enforcement and emerging technologies. So how are you seeing law enforcement adopt artificial intelligence?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting Interpol to this important conference, and thank you very much for the question. AI is a transformative technology with immense potential to transform various aspects of our lives, and it will surely impact the way people live and work. As we have seen, AI enhances facial recognition for swift identification, optimizes video surveillance and resource allocation, and enhance public safety by providing real-time insights. AI's potential in law enforcement offers a promise of increased efficiency, more effective investigation, and enhanced crime prevention. And we observe that AI is utilized in law enforcement organizations for supporting the analysis of photo, video, and visual information. Facial recognition and tattoo image analysis are some of the examples. Text and speech analysis also assists law enforcement in monitoring social media and matching audio sample from crime scene and phone calls to individuals. We also see AI is utilized for process optimization, which helps law enforcement agency analyze large data set and identify anomalies and patterns. Law enforcement applies this capability to traffic management and criminal analysis. We see AI is gradually being introduced to law enforcement activities.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Cronenberg, we talked a little bit about how nations are going to be using AI in military space in a responsible manner. But what about bad actors? What about those terrorists, cyber criminals who they don't care, they violate laws and rules today? How do we deal with those kinds of threats as they're adopting AI?
Well, thanks a lot. I wish I had the answer. But obviously, I think we have to give the good example collectively as nations how we want to approach this. And only if we work together, I think we can also try to avoid that misuse is going to be made by terrorists and other criminal organizations. But therefore, we have to really talk to each other and agree on common guidelines. And also agree, and this was mentioned this morning, on confidence-building measures between the major players in this field. Because only if we act accordingly and if we show that we have a common interest also between all the countries involved, then we will be able to ensure also a sort of, let's say, defense against misuse. I mean, I'm afraid we will never be able to avoid it altogether. But it starts with the things we can agree on collectively and put into practice. And I think one of the elements there is that we, as nations, avoid, as you also mentioned in your book, Paul, a race to the bottom. Because if that's going to happen, I'm afraid it's free for all. And I was struck, actually, to read that the late Henry Kissinger was also very alarmed about developments that were going on in the field of AI. He actually intended to write a book about it, and of course I'm afraid we're not going to have the great advantage of reading what he had in mind. But he also was extremely concerned about this race to the bottom. And his reasoning was that all the countries, in comparison to, let's say, previous periods, all countries are now 100% vulnerable everywhere. So he was very much pleading also for, let's say, strong dialogue between the major superpowers, China and the United States, in order to agree on what actually they should both strive for. And I think if we would achieve that sort of negotiations, it would provide a great input into the confidence building measures, because we would also be able to show that it's not just about nations, it's about terrorism, it's about our infrastructure, be it our banking infrastructure, any other infrastructure, or nuclear installations. We have a collective interest in trying to avoid that the knowledge that is available is going to be put to bad use by other parties.
Wonderful, thank you. General Panwar, if we look at military AI through the lens of your risk-based framework of different levels of risk with different AI applications, are there some military AI applications that are so risky, no one should do them? No military should do them because there's no level of testing and assurance that can get us to a place of confidence in their safety?
Yeah, so that's, thanks for the question. When I talked about this risk-based approach, in fact, after answering your question, I would like to bring out a couple of more points on how it can lead to, facilitate consensus amongst, and I'll give an alternative, a positive twist to this race to the bottom. So as regards unacceptable levels of risk, in fact, the top level in our hierarchy is called an unacceptable risk level, where we put things like fully autonomous nuclear weapon systems. Now, in fact, in the recent summit which was held between President Xi and President Biden, there was some news report that some agreement may be reached on this aspect, although it didn't really come through in that manner. So aspects like it appears to be an ideal candidate, a fully autonomous nuclear weapon system appears to be an ideal candidate to be put in an unacceptable risk level. The second one, which is normally not talked about, but I feel is very urgent, is something called, which we refer to as online learning systems. In principle, anything which is not tested should not be fielded as far as weapon systems are concerned. Now, when we talk of online learning, what we are saying is that while a weapon is in operation, not just deployed, but while it is in operation, it is consuming data and updating itself, that means metamorphosing into something which it was not designed for. And it precludes trust and evaluation because it is online learning. So online learning systems is something which we've also put at the level of unacceptable risk. We can think of some more. Now, coming to the consensus part of it, how does this risk-based framework lead to consensus, can lead to consensus? Now, firstly is the aspect of granularity. Now, we've been having these discussions at the UNGG since 2014, and it's in 2019 came up with a set of principles. But really speaking, more consensus moving from principles to practice is not really happening. Now, when we talk of a risk-based framework like this, well, one can focus on unacceptable risk levels and decide, okay, these are things which it's easy to agree, and nations can agree on that. Similarly, at the lower end of the spectrum, you could have AI-based non-weapon systems like predictive maintenance and logistics, etc. One can easily agree that, okay, these AI-based systems, though military, can easily be developed with least bit of regulation or with some cautions. So going about this risk-based framework brings about a level of granularity. In fact, the type of granularity which has been brought out by the EU AI Act in civilian applications, the same granularity, if it is brought about in military applications, can lead to consensus. So that's one part of it. I would also like to bring in another thought which would lead to consensus. I had mentioned two driving factors which would lead regulation of military systems. So one is, of course, adherence to international humanitarian law, and the second is reliability on the battlefield. So what I want to bring out here is no military commander would like to have an AI system under his command or deploy it over which he does not have full control. Now, if that is a motivation, that actually is in fact, the very motivations which lead to reliable weapon systems are the same motivations which will help in adherence to international humanitarian law. The motivations are the same, the driving factors are the same. And so, if reliability on the battlefield is taken as a primary factor, that can lead to self-regulation by states. And if I would like to quote the US DoD 3000.09, which is a 2012 and updated recently, as a good example of self-regulation. So if states come up with self-regulatory mechanisms like this directive, that can act as a starting point for discussions where international norms can be arrived at to arrive at global consensus on military systems. And one small last point I would like to state is to do with, again, responsible use of military AI to do with the military. Since being from a military background, I want to bring out this point, that much more than adherence to IHL, the military ethos which exists in responsible militaries is much more of a factor on responsible use of AI on the battlefield than the fear of adherence to IHL. So that's one point I would like to end with. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I want to follow up on something you said there. You talked about countries reaching consensus on some of these issues, and one of the applications that you mentioned that was too risky, that countries should not do, is fully autonomous nuclear weapons. That seems like a fairly straightforward place where maybe many people would agree we need human control. I think there was a movie about that, and I saw it, and it didn't go very well for people. But we haven't had that many nuclear countries come out and say that they would always ensure human control. So Should we see nuclear powers come together, either unilaterally or as part of a multilateral agreement, to talk about how they're going to be using AI and ensuring that humans are always in control of humanity's most dangerous weapons? What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the right starting point for people to start, nuclear-powered countries to come and arrive at a consensus on this. And I think if enough effort is, an honest effort is made by the responsible nuclear powers, I think a consensus could be arrived at as far as this aspect is concerned. And in fact, the other aspect, which is, it's two newer field, we are talking about generative AI and foundation models. Now this is where the genie goes out of the bottle, so to say. And I feel that the era of AGI and superintelligence, artificial superintelligence is not too far off. I think the trajectory is there. It might take a few decades, maybe take a little more. This is another area where consensus, and we've been giving our apprehensions in the civilian domain. There also there are implications of that, but in the military domain also, this is another area where I think some discussions need to start, which can be put, how to really put the genie within the bottle and not let it escape.
Wonderful, thank you. Dr. Traeger, the last two panelists have actually both talked about this concern about a race to the bottom as we see countries competing in AI. And these competitive dynamics are a real concern, not just in the military space, but of course in the private sector as well, among companies. How do we think about global AI governance and managing some of these risks in the midst of this competition where there can be incentives to take shortcuts maybe on safety or on responsible use?
Yeah, I think that's one of the key questions. There seems to be a safety performance trade-off, and we always see this, right? There's an incentive to rush a product to market before it's been fully tested, and in the cyber area, maybe before there are safeguards to protect all of our personal information, and that's one of the main reasons why our personal information can be stolen or is stolen as much as it is. So this is absolutely a key question. I don't think there's sort of an answer out there that anybody can point to at this point and say, okay, this is what you do to avoid any race towards the bottom. But I do think there's a set of things that are promising to sort of think about. So we can think about where we want the technology to go. We've had non-proliferation regimes in the past. If we're talking about, as the speaker just said, the highest risk forms of the technology, we probably don't want every actor in the world to have access to those forms of the technology. And so that's something that there's a lot of common interest on. Now, if we do something like that, then I think it also impacts the incentives of different actors to sort of undercut each other. If one rival knows, for instance, that its other rival doesn't have access to some dangerous technology, then it has less incentive to go after that technology itself. So I think that's one thing that we can do. We've also heard about codes of conduct. I mean, codes of conduct, I think, are very promising, very important, and it's just a wonderful thing that some of the people on this panel are pursuing them or involved in pursuing them. But I do think also we need to think about some of the specific challenges in this area. When we think about, for instance, often in the security area, if we're going to say that we have a norm against the use of a particular weapon, well, we know usually when a bomb goes off, if it's a bomb. Whereas in the AI area, we don't always know if, in fact, the norm has been violated. So it can be hard. The case of Libya was brought up. We don't really know what AI capabilities were enabled in that case, despite the UN report. And in other cases, similarly. So it's, I think, harder to establish really robust norms in certain areas in this space, but nevertheless, I think we can at least do some good. So that's another place where we can do so good. Third area where I think there's real potential is sort of, as I said before, the area of regulation, particularly of civilian technologies that are so much dual use, and again relating to, well, if we're thinking about regulation or something that is in the direction of regulation at the international level, I think we have to think about how there can be broad communities of voice in the direction of that regulation, the ways that regulation isn't just something that is cutting off some communities from access and voice in the development of essential technologies, but in fact is doing the opposite and giving voice and helping to give real and meaningful access. And if we have an international regime that in fact is doing that, then I think once again it gives actors less incentive to pursue versions of the technology that may be less safe in themselves.
Well, thank you so much. You mentioned briefly proliferation. How do we approach that problem of the proliferation of AI tools to potentially malicious actors? We've seen a number of leading AI labs and experts talk about the potential for these AI tools to be used for biological weapons, for example, a place where there is a strong global norm that responsible states don't do that, but there might be terrorist groups that see it differently, just want to cause devastation. So how can we address that and keep some of these very powerful tools out of their hands?
Yeah, it is really such an essential question. I think I'll answer it just to make it more manageable with respect to frontier AI. And in that case, what we usually think of as being at the frontier are these large models, and so we don't necessarily want to have a proliferation of those models in the hands of actors that can use them for some sort of malicious cyber technology or other malicious use. And I think there's so much that we could be doing there, actually. So, for instance, there are not that many firms in the world that have the cloud capabilities to train these frontier models. So I think there can be approaches to regulation of those firms. There can be sort of know your customer regimes on the part of those firms so that they see what their customers are doing, who their customers are, certainly, but also what their customers are doing. We can do something that we call workload classification. So you might say that there's a malicious actor or some actor that's trying to avoid, let's say, some regulatory regime. Maybe they're trying to create a dual-use technology, or they're avoiding some model evals that a regulatory regime says that they should implement. Well, workload classification on the part of the cloud providers stands a chance, at least, just like in the financial area, of figuring out if an actor in real time is trying to carry out an activity like that. So there is the potential to develop a regime to address these areas of possible misuse. There are technical possibilities, but to make those technical possibilities really work, we need to have also a social solution. So I guess I always come back to there's a lot to be done. I think we shouldn't throw up our hands. I think there are things that we can do, at least to help, if I think also no perfect solutions.
Well, thanks. Well, certainly the technology is moving very fast, faster than the normal pace of policy making and regulation. So we're all going to have to see governments and regulators and ourselves run faster to keep up with this technology. Dr. Shao, I want to talk about how we might see AI integrated into warfare over time and how we maintain human control over that. As we see an accelerating pace of battle, as we see AI increase automation, one of the more intriguing concepts that I've heard in this space is a concept that have come out of some Chinese scholars, the idea of a singularity on the battlefield, that there might be some point in time in the future where the pace of combat action exceeds humans' ability to keep up. And militaries simply have to turn over the keys to machines. Some American scholars have referred to this, I think, very similar concept as hyperwar, certainly very relevant to the title of the discussion today. How should we think about maintaining human control over warfare as we see more AI and autonomy integrated into warfare?
Well, I really worry about rival countries developing worst-case scenario understanding about each other's AI warfare doctrine based on reading of certain comments from the other side. Chinese military experts, for example, they raise very intriguing terms and languages like intelligentization of warfare, intelligence dominance, brain control, using AI technology. Yes, that reflects certain military thinking, but I'm not sure that represent the mainstream Chinese thinking at the operational level. So I worry that for the outside world to base their understanding on limited public Chinese commentary and how that might contribute to mutual worst-case scenario thinking. And in this regard, of course, China doesn't help because China is adopting a lot of secrecy over its thinking, including on AI. That certainly also makes external countries harder to understand China's real planning. And one important technical feature of AI warfare from the Chinese perspective is it's like cyber weapon. It's invisible, and sometimes you require tailored technology against your enemy's systems. You need which means once you use your AI weapon, you basically make it unusable in the future. So there is a lot of emphasis on secrecy. It's a once-off weapon. Again, so all of that doesn't help. So we actually require a lot of combination of functional area expertise with regional expertise in order to develop nuanced understandings about each other's capabilities and policy planning. I think the good thing is China is willing to commit to general principles on regulating military AI. The hard part is how to operationalize it. But I think that's where we can delve into, and what does it mean to keep human in the loop in terms of nuclear command control, a topic we just mentioned. What does it mean to have meaningful human control over military AI systems? How to do TEVV, testing, validation, verification, validation. In the full life cycle of AI technology development. I think particularly for international research institutes and civil society players, they tend to raise important cutting-edge issues, and voices and recommendations from these actors usually receive greater attention from Chinese policymakers than if those voices are from adversarial countries. So I think there is space for deepened discussion with China and help build more substantive and practical regulations on military AI to ensure effective human control.
Thanks very much. And you talked about this competitive dynamic between countries where they're concerned, of course, about what others are doing with AI in their militaries, and this problem of, in many cases, the invisibility of AI. It's not like missile silos that you can see and count, or tanks that you can see and count them. So how do we build trust between countries in that context? How do we build confidence about what other countries are doing that we can assure that they're acting in a responsible manner?
Well, I think it basically requires nuanced understandings. Expert level exchanges, we have had very substantive track 2 level dialogues, including ones co-organized by CNES that involving Chinese and American experts. And you discussed in these dialogues about specific rules of supervision and to ensure effective TEVV procedures can be implemented. How to do reviews and how to trigger re-reviews, when machine learning improve and adapt to new battlefield situations. So that's the required process where experts, policy practitioners can use to develop nuanced understandings and mitigate exaggerated threat perception. And another point I want to quickly make is I do think Western countries, like-minded countries who have more democratic control and governance over military AI, unilateral measures from these countries have hugely important impact in influencing and shaping Chinese thinking and Chinese behavior. China is so closely following other countries, especially leading Western countries. So don't underestimate the impact of your unilateral measures and examples. China's adoption of ethical principles on AI, for example, followed American examples and leadership on these issues. And China also closely monitors how US and other Western countries build domestic regulatory structures to govern AI, including military AI. So I think it's very important for like-minded countries to go ahead and publicly promote responsible use of AI policies and principles and explain why this is important for everyone. I think that will help shape Chinese thinking as well.
Well, thank you. That's an important message to hear. Ms. Fahimi, you talked about the importance of technical standards and technical standard setting bodies in test and evaluation. And I wonder if you could talk more about just the importance of getting this right in terms of test and evaluation and AI assurance, given all of the challenges that we see with AI systems in reliability and robustness and bias, and of course the potential for intentional misuse of some of these systems. And so why is it so important? What's at stake here in terms of this technical standard setting and test and evaluation for these systems?
Thanks for the question. Hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hopefully you can hear me. Thanks so much for the question. I think the importance of standards is really sort of, and I think a number of the panelists have mentioned this before, that a lot of the questions and challenges we have aren't for the first time sort of being faced just by thinking about AI and foundation models, et cetera, but we can look at sort of parallel technologies in the past. And so technical standards have served an important function for safety, for trust, but also for trade and interoperability for a very, very long time. So when we think about telecoms, when we think about how we, what underpins the internet infrastructure, technical standards have kind of set the benchmarks, right, and then facilitated trade as well between countries. And I think that forms a number of important sort of foundations for trust between countries, but trust also with citizens. For example, if I was to buy a product in the past, I can see it maybe from the EU a sort of CE mark, which ensures that I know that this has gone through certain types of testing, it's passed that testing, and therefore I can trust this product. And so I think when we just think about the role that standards play, the assurance, and therefore the certification that products have had in the past before they enter the market, one company entering the market in other jurisdictions, when you apply that to thinking about AI, I think that we take those same principles, that how can we build an ecosystem of trust between countries and also between companies and citizens about what types of testing, what type of evaluation, what steps have been taken to ensure that the tool that they are using has passed certain benchmarks in order for them to be using them. And so I think that that's sort of a critical role that they play. I think, and again, that this is another point that has come up throughout the panel, that however AI potentially poses unique risks, the ways in which we think about testing aren't the same that we have for traditional products. So for example, the speed at which the technology develops means that a traditional certification regime where, where you would do the test, you would get a trust mark, and then it would enter the market, quickly becomes outdated in the current space. And so what does that mean for ensuring that we have the speed and the pace for new standards to be developed, for us to rethink what robustness means, what safety means, what accuracy looks like as our sort of understanding of the technology grows, but then again, reissuing those things like trust marks to ensure that, again, we have the shared understanding and the shared language about what all of these areas and, accuracy, et cetera, what does that mean and constitute? The last point I will also make is something we've been working on a lot at Partnership on AI is thinking about the elections that will happen next year. And I'm not sure the specific number, but there are a number of elections, the US, the UK, India, just a few examples that will take place next year. And so when we think about generative AI, I think that the space of security expands to some extent. And so we can't just sort of think about safety and security in sort of a traditional defense space, but we think about the sort of trust in ecosystem and security in a new way. And next year really gives us an important point at which we might see this play out. And so a lot of the work that we've been doing is also in relation to synthetic media. So how can we ensure that we build the standards for for deepfakes, for example, or synthetically created audio and visual content? And one example is that one of our partners at Partnership on AI, so we are an organization that brings together over 100 partners around 16 countries, and the BBC in the UK, a sort of trusted media entity, is one of our partners. And when people think about generative AI, you often think about large companies, and people often forget that media companies have an important role to play when we think about trust and think about testing and standards as well. And a lot of them are also sort of developing their own models. And so again, thinking about the elections next year, the BBC has spoken a lot about the opportunities that they see with AI and generative AI and the ways in which they deliver shows and programs and journalism to citizens. But at the same time, they've also been thinking very carefully about provenance, about documentation, about watermarking. And the US executive order, which was just released, also talked about provenance and watermarking. And so when we expand our sort of thinking about security and safety, and then we think about standards, I think that it's going to be we have to sort of think about new methods, new processes, and also think about the outputs of generative AI, including synthetically generated media in this space, which has potentially pretty significant implications in the ways that it can be deployed at pace and at speed through platforms, et cetera, and by news outlets at pace and in pretty critical scenarios such as elections. So all to say, I think standards traditionally so important. There's a very formal ecosystem which is underpinned by WTO rules, et cetera, at the international level for technical standards. But the ways in which they deployed in the past might need to change. The pace at which they've deployed they've been deployed might need to change. But then also how we think about safety and security and what needs to be standardized and have benchmarks, including in the space of synthetic media, I think is one example that we might see sort of shift, and we're already seeing policymakers respond, including, for example, in the United States.
Thank you. That's a very helpful overview of how we're seeing, particularly in the case of synthetic media, already some early responses ahead of some of these threats. Mr. Ajijo, you left us on an intriguing note in your comments where you talked about values. And I wonder if you could pick up there and share with us how you're thinking about values informing AI adoption.
Thank you. Let me just take a step back for a moment. First of all, Africa, or the African Union, has actually developed a draft AI framework as a precursor to an African AI strategy. This framework, does articulate some general principles and some strategic pillars. However, it's not military-oriented, so that's why I'm bringing it up later. Now, you mentioned values. I stand to be corrected, but because some of the audience may be able to provide us with some updates. But back in 2018, 28 out of 157 countries at the UN then were seeking to prohibit fully autonomous weapons. And under a convention, I think the Convention on Conventional Weapons, it's notable that the United States, Russia, Israel, Australia, indeed, our gracious host, South Korea, then seemed not to be willing to support the negotiation of a legally binding instrument to ensure meaningful human control over the critical functions of weapon systems. And so this does speak to what value systems are we applying? And I think many of us would argue that it is imperative that the global community engage in initiatives to curb the development and deployment of fully autonomous weapons. Arguably, the human being still needs to be in the kill decision chain. I mean, one would argue, why do we need to kill at all? But if we must, the human being definitely needs to be there. Another thing that I found very interesting from some of the other speakers was talking about norms or soft laws. And we've seen norms evolve into hard international law in the case of maritime, outer space, I think nuclear. But the challenge with AI is that first and foremost, the gestation period is too long in terms of developing norms and for them to evolve. Frankly, with due respect, existing international laws, I think references have been made here to international humanitarian law, have been seen by many jurisdictions to be violated with impunity, basically allowing the strong to violate these international laws, yet those same laws are arguably imposed on the weak. And so the third challenge I see to norms really is that many of the international institutions that we would use to drive those processes are at best challenged, are at best lethargic. Again, I don't have a better pathway, but I'm just saying we need to acknowledge what these challenges are. But if I may bring it back to Africa, with due respect, I think Africa and its partners, many of you here, we need to build, an AI-driven Africa that is prosperous, just, and resilient. And how do we do this? There are three key areas. One, I think, is support for human resource capacity building, the operational people, that middle-level technical group, but also the high-level strategic group, and also researchers and academics. I think these are the key areas that we need to work together, to build our human resource. The second major area, I think, is in terms of full participation in global conversations such as this and interactions. because we need to gain ownership of these processes in our own right. And especially in those areas that lead to the development of global good practice. An earlier speaker mentioned the issue of standards. Africa needs to be part of that, again, to have full ownership. And I think also the third major area is we need to cooperation in how we gather, manage, use, store, utilize African data by Africans for Africans. Because we believe that such data will be consumed by AI in Africa for the benefit of all. And so I just want to quickly conclude by saying that at the end of the day, the future does not wait. And neither should we wait to secure it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I want to follow up on your comment about the challenges of compliance with existing laws and norms. And of course, this new technology coming in. Given some of those existing challenges, how should we approach then governance for AI, for a new technology? Do we need new laws and norms, or do we just need to focus on strengthening compliance with existing laws like the law of war or existing norms? Do we need new institutions, or need to focus on strengthening existing institutions? How do you think about how we should sort of approach that challenge?
Well, certainly it's going to be a combination thereof, but I think I would argue that it requires some new thinking. And so there would be a need for new norms, possibly that build on some existing norms. In terms of the institutions, I'm very wary about the creation of new institutions because it just goes on ad infinitum. I think one of the things we need to do is to find or to seek ways to try and pivot existing institutions so that they can also take on the issues of AI and some of these other emerging technologies. Because again, what you will find is that some of the older technologies probably will drop off while some new ones come on. And I don't think you can really, it's really practical to create a new institution each time you need, you have a new thread, so to speak. So that would be my response, sir.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Yasuhiro, how is Interpol approaching AI and adopting AI for its operations?
Well, thank you again for the very good question. Thank you very much. AI-enabled tools are already widely used in Interpol to support our works. And within Interpol, AI is used for search platform for fingerprint and facial images. AI is also introduced to support data analysis and contribute to enhancing Interpol data processing and crime analysis capability. And just for your awareness, within Interpol Innovation Center, which I belong to, we have the Interpol Responsible AI Laboratory. This laboratory was created due to the importance of AI in today's law enforcement context and the growing concern about the use in society. And its creation is also meant to send a clear signal that as a police organization, Interpol embraces the use of AI in law enforcement, but it equally is committed to advocate for its responsible use in line with policing principle and ethical standards. This laboratory is playing a role of focal point for member country and all matters related to AI in law enforcement. So it is important to emphasize that all these Interpol's AI-enabled tools are only supporting Interpol work. Results are always checked and interpreted by subject matter experts, which is an important part of Interpol Responsible AI. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. We only have a few minutes left in the panel, so I want to give each of you an opportunity for last remarks, just really 30 seconds each, on key takeaways that you would like to have participants have about how can we ensure responsible use of AI. Mr. Cronenberg.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, just a couple of remarks. I think the importance is, do we realize what's at stake? what the importance is of the issues we are facing, and have we sort of yet to reach that inflection point, already moved beyond that? But I think one thing is quite clear from the discussion we also had this morning: we need a normative framework, be it additional laws or institutions. But of course we all know if we go that way it will be time consuming and we might not reach an agreement. So I think we have to try to act, and maybe with non-binding, let's say, regulations first before we move into a different legal framework. It's all based on transparency when we talk about confidence building measures. I think that's an important takeaway as well. And we have clearly a common interest to define areas where we know actually what is at stake and what is exactly this race to the bottom when we mention it. Do we know what it implies? And are we capable of sort of stopping some sort of AI chain reaction without knowing what the consequences might be? I think that's the key issue we have to face rather sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. General Penmore.
Yeah, so essentially I feel that in order to move towards consensus and greater focus in this area, we need to have a language which we use if we are to avoid talking past each other in such discussions. The policymakers need to understand technology better. There has to be a demystification of the AI technology. So for example, we generally talk of unpredictability of AI systems. Well, inherently AI technology, AI, ML, etc. is not unpredictable. Unpredictability is introduced, it's a matter of choice. Similarly, we talk of AI, but we don't really understand which exact technologies we are talking about there. Autonomy is also ill-defined. So I'm not saying we reach definitional level consensus, but at least in the discussions, it should be clear as to what we are meaning about. So more precise language and more understanding of technology and also of warfare. I think these elements will lead to a greater movement towards consensus in responsible military. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Traeger.
So I think we've had some very important processes that have given us principles for dealing with AI. I think those are essential, but I think now we're at the point where we need to go beyond statements of principle. We really need to think about the more concrete things that we want to do. I think we're really at that stage, and I think that is a hard stage. I think there's a reason that we hear principle, because in some ways it's easier for many actors, particularly on the international stage, to agree on principle as opposed to agreeing on real institutions and more concrete approaches and actions. And I think that's the challenge. I think we need to think about working groups that are really drilling down into concrete possibilities now. And I do think that there's a danger that we're not doing that enough. I mean, if you look at the UK AI Summit, it had, I think, a series of important concrete outcomes. But there was a sense in which it also said that we really need some rules of the game for this technology internationally to safeguard humanity, in its words. But it didn't talk about what those rules should be or what international processes should be put in place in order to make those rules a reality. So there's a disconnect there, and I think overcoming that divide between principle and practice is the challenge that we have right now.
Thank you. Dr. Chow.
I think we can certainly simultaneously pursue legally binding and politically binding measures. And I think middle powers like South Korea have a lot of potential and capacity to work together with leading international research institutes and civil society actors to put out concrete rules of the road or code of conduct for national governments to examine. I think there is also room for updating existing international institutions, perhaps some updates to the Biological Weapons Convention, Chemical Weapons Convention to deal with the AI utility for developing new types of such weapons, arms trade treaty, how to restrict export of AI-empowered small arms and light weapons, etc. I think there is room for regional initiatives as well. The revitalized China, South Korea, Japan trilateral dialogue under the chairmanship of South Korea right now can provide a platform for a regional discussion on these issues, including especially on the Korean Peninsula, where the combination of AI and weapons of mass destruction technology is a particular concern.
Thank you. Ms. Afahimi.
4 very quick points from my end. I think just to echo what one of the other speakers said, principle to practice, I think, is going to be absolutely critical. So the first point would be testing regime is absolutely important. We don't fully understand the capabilities. I think one of the bits of work we've done is trying to develop a good risk landscape. But when you have aspects such as hallucination from models, there's still so much that we need to discover through more testing and evaluation. And so I think putting in place that is really important. The second is, we didn't get to this, but talking about government procurement, the power of government procurement, particularly in the defense and military space. I think there's a question around accountability. If a sort of system makes a, if you call quote unquote wrong decision, who is accountable? Is it the company that the government procured the model from? Is government responsible? And so I think that there's an incentive there, particularly in this space, for procurement to play an important role, also to facilitate testing and evaluations, which government should be driving forward. Third, just think about safety and security widely. I think that the mis and disinformation example, including around elections and in synthetic media, is one to sort of draw all of our attention. I mean, it will implicate all citizens in all jurisdictions, and so that's an important case. And then the last point is, this really has to be a global discussion. We really need to ensure that forums are bringing all countries to the table, but doing it in a very meaningful way. It can't just be sort of Western countries. It must be all countries at the table with a voice, and civil society, not just companies. Civil society with unique perspectives also need to be at the table. Thank you to the organizers for having me.
Well, thank you, Mr. Ejijila. Yes.
Responsibility. Each and every one of you in this room has a responsibility in your thinking, in your interactions, and how you work. You are responsible to the underserved, you are responsible to the unserved, and you are responsible to the unborn. They are not here at the table to participate in these conversations and discussions. Yet, in the future, they're going to have to live with the consequences and the precedents you set. Kamshamida.
Well, thank you. Mr. Yasuhira.
Oh, thank you very much for this discussion. Many panelists talked about framework and principles, so please allow me to make another advertisement of Interpol achievement. Interpol Responsible AI Lab first major milestone was the publication of guidelines on the responsible use of AI in law enforcement. We call it Toolkit for Responsible AI Innovation in Law Enforcement. It was developed together with United Nations, so this material is available for the public on the internet. So if you are interested in, please access Interpol website. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you to all of the panelists for a very rich and engaging discussion today. Please join me in a round of applause for the panelists today.
Thank you. Thank you to our moderator for leading the session, and thank you to all of our panelists for joining us at this meaningful session starting at session 1. So please now return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our morning sessions, and we will start session 2 under the title of Defending Forward Cyberspace as a Domain for Conflict from 1 p.m. Korea Standard Time. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your continued participation and interest. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I believe we're all ready to start our second session. And today we will start the second session under the title of Defending Forward Cyberspace as a Domain for Conflict. And once again, we'd like to welcome you all to WESF 2023. Please be with us until the very end. And as you can see on the stage, we have our moderator and our panelists. And ladies and gentlemen, now please allow me to introduce our esteemed speakers. First, Dr. Kim Do-yeon, Adjunct Senior Fellow of Indo-Pacific Security Program of CNAS, who will be leading the discussion as moderator. So please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause. Thank you. And next, we're joined by His Excellency Dr. Ahmed Abdel Hafiz, Vice President of Cybersecurity Affairs of the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt. Please welcome him. Thank you. And today, we're also joined by Dr. Arvad Antwi Boasiako, Director General of Cybersecurity Authority of Ghana. Thank you, and please welcome him. And next, please allow me to introduce Dr. Mart Nurma, Director of NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. Please welcome him. Thank you for your attendance. And next, His Excellency Burhan Ghaffar, Ambassador of Singapore to the United Nations. He will be delivering his speech by pre-recorded video. Thank you in advance. And next on the stage, we're joined by Dr. Dan Smith, Director of Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI. Once again, please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Last but not least, Dr. Kim So-jung, Director of Emerging Security Studies of Institute for National Security Strategy of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Thank you once again. And with that introduction, our moderator, if you're ready, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I hope everybody had a delicious and wonderful lunch. While we are digesting, we will have the opportunity to digest a lot of intellectual firepower that's on this panel. We are very honored and privileged to have a very distinguished panel of experts, and we will just get right into it without any real framing and opening remarks because there's so much to cover today. And in the session panel, the title for today is Cyberspace as a Conflict of Domain. And some of these points have been alluded to and touched upon in the first session, but we're going to dive a bit deeper into this very important and timely topic. Over the past decade or so, cybersecurity threats in cyberspace really evolved. And of course, we talk about the difficulties of attribution and, early concerns about cyberspace really focused on disruptive and destructive attacks on critical infrastructure. And over the years, we have new technology that's coming into the mix. And so let's start with Dr. Ahmed. Could you please briefly describe the current global cybersecurity landscape, especially identifying what major threats you see today and going forward?
Hi, thank you for the organizer for having me there. But before answering your question, let me come back a little bit. While I was listening to keynote speakers, I noticed that most of the world leaders and the politicians are talking about technology. 20 or 30 years ago, nobody of them was talking about technology, which means that technology, which is evolving right now, has a big impact in our lives, in politics, in commercial, in every aspect of our life. Coming back to your question about the cybersecurity threats, the new emerging cybersecurity threats, there's a lot of cybersecurity threats coming in the past 5 years or 10 years. The most important one of them is ransomware attack. Ransomware attack, it's becoming very booming, and a few years ago, because of this wealth is getting a lot of money, the attacker getting a lot of money for the victims, And also, most of the organization doesn't know how to protect themselves against ransomware. We always think them you have to have some strategy for a backup to protect your data, since the data became the oil of the world right now, rather than the oil, the traditional oil. You know, the data right now becoming the most important asset all over the world. All of us dealing with the data, all of us dealing with the technology, for the technology transformation, for the governments, for the organizations, for the SMEs, for all of organizations dealing with digital transformation, which is the life of the people. But on the other side, the attacker has become evolving a lot and get a lot of expenses. For the attackers, last year it was cost the globe about $10.5 trillion. While we are spending in billions, our losses becomes in trillions, which means that we have to do a lot to withstand the cyber attacks. So the main question, why the cyber crimes have been increased? Because of the connectivity, because of the, all of us depend on our cell phone, for example. You know what? In past 10 years, there is a psychological disease called nomophobia. All of us fear about losing his cell phone, or the cell phone battery is going down. So it became a well-known disease, a psychological disease called nomophobia. All of the people right now, when we wake up, the first thing you look for, your cell phone. There's all your life in your cell phone. Your credentials, your bank accounts, your social lives, your email, your business, everything depending right now in the cell phone. And the statistics saying that the number of equipments belongs to everybody right now become 3.9 devices per person, including cell phone, wearable devices, laptop, PC, all these equipments has used for the technology. So the dependency of the technology, dependency of the digital life in every tiny details of our life, which helps the attacker to increase their cyber attacks to get a lot of money. So why I'm saying that if we are dealing with technology, we are depending on the technology, we should deal with the technology in a safe manner. Since the awareness for the people how to deal with the technology, with the social activities, your business, everything, we should deal with the technology in a safe manner. You should know how to save your contents, how you save your data as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And authoritarian states have increasingly blurred the line between state and non-state actors. So let's turn to Dr. Norma. I understand that one of your biggest concerns is a threat posed by or caused by APT groups. Could you please elaborate and explain to us why this is a particular concern for you?
Yes, of course. Thank you. So we at the Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence, we unite 39 nations to be able to support our nations to be able to face cyber threats as a coalition. And along those lines, and I'm very happy to say that Korea also is a member, and many of your nations are members of our center. Along these lines, so first, what the cyber threats, main cyber threats are we are facing. So this typical list includes nation states and their geopolitical interest, terrorists and their ideological interest, criminals with their financial interests, thrill seekers seeking satisfaction, and insiders who are discontent with their organizations. So they are all different, and they can be very simple and very complex. So simple example is that most of the criminals are criminals. It's a common sense. They are criminals because they seek easy life. And the same applies in cyber. So in cyber criminals, most of the attacks are pretty straightforward, pretty simple. They are just trying to find the weakest organizations, weakest people. At the same time, on the other side of the scale are the so-called APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat Groups, which already the name says they are very capable and they are posing continuous threat. That means behind these APTs, or they can be nation states, there can be terrorist groups, even criminals can be behind these groups if they are very determined. But the complex the common nominator here is that this is the main adversary our cyber defense is dealing with, and the most complex enemy to our cybersecurity community. So who are the states behind these attackers? Most commonly, Russia and North Korea are attributed as owners or supporters of these APTs, or using the APTs as their cyber weapons. So I would explain or discuss a little bit this Russian behavior and the examples we have recently seen what Russia is doing through APTs. And they are continuously launching wide-scale cyber attacks against most of the nations in the world with different objectives. But during the last 2 years, so they have launched a war of aggression, conventional war against peace-loving people of Ukraine. And on cyber front, well, this war is the first time in human history where cyber war is one of the elements of this new war. And the cyber war is not only against Ukrainian peace-loving people, but also to all the nations who stand against the severe violation of international law by Russia in this war. But the good news is that while on the battlefield we see a lot of fighting and very complex situation, then in cyber front, Russia is clearly failing. And I can say it because of quantitative results and numbers. When Ukraine is also a member of our center, and they have shared their latest numbers of cyber attacks and incidents with us, and I'm very happy to see that while in 2022, the first year of the war, Ukrainians saw the highest level of most critical attacks. I don't quote the number, but on this traffic light system, the red was really big number. Then this year, the number in the red section, the critical attacks against Ukraine, have decreased almost 10 times. At the same time, the least critical number of attacks has increased significantly, which means the total effort from Russian side pretty much has remained the same, but Ukrainian defense is so strong that rarely any of these attacks is classified as critical nowadays, because Ukraine is strong in fencing them off. So what is the reason why Ukraine is winning on the cyber front? There are 3 very clear lessons learned from this conflict. So first of all, Ukraine has been in cyber war actually, or in a loose term of it, on the cyber attacks since 2014. So they have had 9 years to increase their cyber defense capabilities. So they were not surprised by this cyber element in this conventional war. They are good. The second one, united support of the world nations, who politically and through different means are standing with Ukraine in their fight for freedom against the forces of evil. And the third, and this is maybe even the most critical component, is commitment of the world's leading IT industry to support of freedom and democratic values. And now when we thought that Russia has this huge cyber power, well, it was huge as compared to our kind of public capabilities of Ukraine or most of our other nations. But it really shrinks in comparison with the combined power of the industry of the free world. So the moment where Microsoft and others stood up to support Ukraine in the fight for freedom, Russia was destined to lose on the cyber front. So to summarize, I think our nations have good chance to prevail against attacks from the APTs as long as we continue standing united, and not only on paper, but in real life, we focus on everyday operational cooperation in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. And staying on the topic of APT groups sponsored by authoritarian states, let's turn to Dr. Kim. North Korea really checks off most, if not all, the boxes that we were just talking about today with the first two speakers. They've been using cyber crimes, cryptocurrency theft to finance their nuclear weapons. We have not yet seen, I don't believe, any physical kinetic attacks through using tools in cyberspace, but there's still a big threat. Can you please elaborate to us and explain why is North Korea's activities such a big threat, and what keeps you up at night when it comes to North Korea's cyber operations?
Before start my answers, I should say thank you for the organizers to having me here, and it's really great to have participated in these conversations. And I'm definitely not very clear that the DPRK is failing, just like Mark said that Russia is failing, but I don't think North Korea is failing yet. So North Korea's emergence as a cyber threat stems from its strategic use of cyber operations to generate funds, evade sanctions, and advance its political goals. So they invested heavily in building a sophisticated cyber capabilities, and several key characteristics makes its cyber activities particularly dangerous. So firstly, North Korea's cyber operations are orchestrated and supported by the state. It is known that the Reconnaissance General Bureau oversees these activities. So utilizing specialized units like Bureau 121 and a state-sponsored hacker group like Lazarus, these characteristics distinguish it very differently from other countries. So with international sanctions and limiting its access to global financial systems, North Korea turned to cybercrime to obtain funds. They have engaged in various cyber activities like hacking banks and cryptocurrency theft, as you said, and conducting ransomware attacks to generate revenues estimated in billions. So North Korea hackers exhibit advanced capabilities and utilize techniques like spear phishing. IPT groups are known for their persistences, so target of creating critical infrastructures and government, financial institutions, and crypto exchanges. So North Korean cyber activities has caused significant economic damages globally. So North Korea these days, cyber operations transcend borders, posing a threat to institutions and individuals worldwide. Their ability to conduct operations from remote locations allows them to remain elusive and difficult to track. So the combination of the state support and advanced technical expertise and financial motivations and global reach makes North Korea's cyber threat particularly dangerous. So their activities not only target financial system, but also pose a broader risk to international security, stability, and critical infrastructures. The shift toward the cryptocurrency-enabled crime has provided them with its essential means to finance their agendas while evading traditional financial restrictions and monitoring. And also these days, more closer relationship concerns me a lot. The concerns have arisen also regarding the emergence of new political alignment and potential escalation of competition as North Korea demonstrates closer relationships with some countries. So various threats, including the securing technological competitiveness through intellectual property theft and influence operations capable of enduring social unrest, can happen in the near future.
Thank you. And so it's not just North Korea's nuclear weapons program that's a global concern, but it's certainly their cyber operations and their cryptocurrency theft that is also a global concern for us all. Let's turn to Director Smith. Could you please explain the relationship or crossover between criminal acts and interstate hostility? Is there a distinction? And if there's confusion, what are the implications for the future governance of cybersecurity, cyberspace?
Yes, thank you very much for the question and for the pleasure and honor of being on this panel. The first question is there a distinction? And the answer is yes, because we're talking about different actors with different motivations. But is there a confusion? The answer is also yes, for two reasons. One is because the actors quite often have a double motivation and can be regarded as being essentially both criminal and acting on behalf of a state. But also because, if you like, at the sharp end, it comes to the question of attribution. You so often do not know what has actually happened. You do not know what actually caused it. I mean, in cyberspace, stuff happens. Things go wrong. We all experience that. We sometimes know exactly who's caused it. It's that little person that exists inside your computer whose job is to get in the way and mess up your life. We shout at the computer, and sooner or later it calms down. So we must have been right that there was somebody there who was messing us about. Very often, when there are incidents, there's a risk that there will be a kind of a response to something that is essentially as unreal as the little person existing inside your computer. That's to say that what is criminal could be, or thrill-seeking, to use Mats's term, could be interpreted as being a hostile act. And then if a hostile act has been undertaken, it could be that there is a temptation towards a retaliation. If not in cyberspace, then in diplomacy and perhaps more. So yes, there is a distinction, and yes, there is a confusion, and it is extremely important that we start to focus in further and more on understanding those differences. I think the question of attribution now is probably technically somewhat less demanding, less difficult than it was about 5 years ago, but it is still something that needs to be worked on more and needs to be worked out further. And it's not just, in this context, it's not just a regulatory framework that we need in a sense of laws and regulations and norms. We need a regulatory framework that includes process, so that there is a place to turn to start trying to share information, to pin down what it is that is actually happening, to clear up moments of confusion. We have this in real politics, we have it in real diplomacy, both formally and informally, and it's something that needs to develop, in my view, much more quickly and much more strongly and perhaps more transparently in relation to cyberspace as well.
Thank you. So that was a brief and very in-depth overview of the landscape. Let's dig a little bit deeper about these new technologies. Let's turn to Dr. Ahmed. What are the risks associated with the emergence of new technologies like AI? And I know we spent a lot of time in the first session on AI, but other technologies too, as well as IoT and quantum computing. What concerns you the most, and how do they impact cybersecurity?
If you are talking about the emerging technologies, there is a lot of emerging technology like IoT, cloud computing, 5G, AI especially for AI. As a cybersecurity guys, we got benefits from AI to speed up the processing for incident handling, to analyze and investigate a huge amount of data. But on the other side, the attackers get a lot of benefits from using AI. Even non-expert, non-technical people, he may consult ChatGPT, for example, to build him an attack, to build him a ransomware or a virus or something like that. So AI has two faults, pros and cons. We got a benefit from AI, as I said, but on the other side, for the attackers, helps them a lot to invent a lot of and sophisticated attacks, which we're gonna call it zero-day attack. As you may know, for the attacks as a cybersecurity guys, for any attack, for any incident, we get something like what a fingerprint of the attack, and to get some learned lesson to learn other people to withstand this attack if this happened again. But if this is a new attack, there's a zero-day attack, which means that we never see it before. So it's what coming up from using AI. Since AI consulting a huge amount of data, he may come up with a new attack which we didn't see before. So I'm saying that I'm always saying working in cybersecurity is like a Mickey Mouse. So it's a sort of an art, not a science. Since the attacker has no methodology to follow it to make a new attack. The attacker such looking for every tiny details to may forget to withstand, to block it. So he's looking for any hole in your system, he's looking for any breach in your system and go through this hole. And he may be staying a long while, like a time pumping for, at a certain time, he may get a lot of data. So emerging technology make the cybersecurity very tough, very hard. For example, for the Industry 4.0, there's all smart X, in smart X, smart factories, smart cities, smart transportation, autonomous cars, self-driving cars, all these new technologies make the landscape of the attacks very, very wide. So make our life is very difficult to overcome this new emerging technology with new attacks. Since the technology is coming up without a standard, without give us an opportunity to regulate how to use this emerging technology. We are in a race with the new technology. For example, 5G is not standardized yet, but it has been used all over many countries using 5G right now. But there is no framework how to secure, how to be safe using 5G, for example. Cloud computing as well. All the emerging technology should have a framework how to use it in a secure manner, which we are struggling to come up with this framework, but we couldn't afford. Every day is a new technology, every day is a new way to use the technology, so we are struggling with the emerging technology to protect our wealth for digital transformation.
Thank you. Dr. Norma, how are AI and other new technologies, and you can choose whichever one you'd like, increasing strategic stability or increasing instability? How are they helping both offenders and defenders?
Well, predicting the future is a very complex thing, and unfortunately, my background is in physics. I used to be a space professor. Unfortunately, I was not astrology professor, because this way I could predict the future. But now I only try, what I could do, I could apply some physics models and predict one of three ways how the future will go in regard of our society and AI. One of these three will happen. So, you know, from the high school physics, what is equilibrium? Equilibrium is something when, well, the system is when it's balanced. And in physics, there are like three different types. One type is stable equilibrium, and this happens when we have like an object, like a bottle, in the bottom of a well, like here on my arm. So if there is a disturbance that tries to move it out, my hand will redirect it back to the center. So the other option is unstable equilibrium. It's when I would put the bottle on my fist. Whenever there is a disturbance, it would push the bottle aside, it would fall, and something would cause some huge change. And the third is a neutral equilibrium, which is when we have the bottle on a flat surface, and if there is a disturbance, then it will just stabilize, most likely, in a new position. So now let's replace physics with society and AI. Society, like the bottle, AI is the most significant disruption humankind will ever see throughout the past and the future. So that is a disturbance. So which scenario would we like to have? Do we have this, want to have this stable equilibrium? Probably no, because AI also brings along a lot of good things for the society. So we shouldn't block all the changes that AI is bringing to us. So do we want to have this unstable equilibrium? No, because in society and AI it would mean complete chaos, the Third World War, some destruction of our society, how our society behaves. So what we should be aiming at is this neutral type of equilibrium where we allow AI to make its move, and we are able to stop in a new advanced position and continue from there. So bringing it back to the cyber defense and cyber security, then quite clearly what we talk about is resilience. Resilience now is a force determining will chaos happen, or will we stabilize soon in a new and a better world. And this keyword, resilience, means that we should be ready for known and unknown effect effects throughout all society, but most importantly in our discussion in cybersecurity and cyber attacks. So we need to be ready and understand what the cyber effects are, what are the information warfare effects based on these cyber tools, new opportunities, and most importantly, what is the cognitive outcome of these operations and how this influences all our society. And it's simple to be prepared for known changes, but in case of AI, I would argue that most of the final effects of these developments are unknown. So the only thing that helps here is our mental readiness to accept unknown consequences, not rush into prohibiting everything, but instead always try to find out the best possible way out of the emerging situations. And this, once again, requires mostly the cooperation between our nations and willingness to openly discuss all new situations happening. Thank you.
Director Smith, when we're talking about automation and new technologies, and when we connect this with hard security issues, let's take, for example, nuclear issues or nuclear deterrence issues, do new technologies like autonomy and AI make deterrence or nuclear deterrence more effective, or do they undermine deterrence? What are the risks that you see? What scares you or worries you the most? Or could these new technologies actually be usefully integrated and carefully and safely be integrated into hard security issues like nuclear operations?
I think it's a given that technologies are as good or as bad as they're used. So it is perfectly possible for artificial intelligence and for the techniques under that heading to have a truly destructive effect on nuclear deterrence. If you're asking what my nightmare about that is, it's not the one that was raised earlier on of autonomous nuclear weapons, though I agree that is nightmarish. But I think it is something which is closer, which is generally known as left-of-launch hacking. That's to say, getting into the IT systems of a nuclear-armed state before weapons are launched, either to precipitate a launch, which I think is the kind of thing you sometimes see on films. Hollywood has done a few nightmares on that basis. Or, of course, to disrupt a state's nuclear weapons and perhaps to undermine their own confidence in them and thus to undermine a deterrent effect. But on the other hand, one can also see artificial intelligence being used in a way that could, for example, support a new generation of arms control. Because the thing about artificial intelligence, and at least about machine learning under that heading, is that you are able to handle huge amounts of data much more quickly. And we often assume that if huge amounts of data are being handled much more quickly, then the human decision time which is available is much shorter. But that's not necessarily the case. It's only the case if you decide that that is how you will use it. If you generate a large amount, or if you're covering a large amount of data and you're processing it very fast, then perhaps you're also gaining extra time for decision to be taken, for there to be thought and reflection. I think it's always worth remembering the case of what was seen on Soviet computer screens, I think it was back in 1983, as a nuclear attack. And it took somebody, he just thought that it was not a very credible scenario that one nuclear weapon would be being launched, and he decided not to treat it as that. He thought of it as a computer malfunction. When then the picture came through with some more missiles, he thought it was still a computer malfunction. That was his judgment. He was right. And one of the reasons why we're alive today is because of the action that Soviet colonel took some 40 years ago. So this issue has existed for a time. There's always been a pressure on fast human reaction time. It's possible for artificial intelligence to buy more time for that. So it just depends, in some sense, it depends how it's used. So unfortunately, the answer to your questions, again, is two yeses. Yes, it could be awful, but yes, it could actually have a quite positive effect.
positive effect if we can come to some agreement, domestically but also internationally.
Obviously, domestic opinion needs to be on board with this, but the more chance there is to treat, the more chance there is to actually talk with adversaries, the more chance there is to come to a stable relationship. In order to lock that stability in place, artificial intelligence could be an enormously important part of that. But if the politics, the geopolitics are unstable and toxic, then you can easily see the scenarios by which the artificial intelligence helps us go in utterly the wrong direction.
So you've provided one good idea of what to do, and so that's the next question. So what? So how do we deal with and deter and impose costs upon malicious cyber operations? Dr. Kim, when it comes to North Korea really is a really good case study for so many of these issues. But what should South Korea and the international community do to impose costs to deter North Korea's malicious cyber operations and cryptocurrency theft? What have we been doing that's worked well, that you are satisfied with, but what areas can we do better in?
Okay, again, the DPRK issues, maybe I can say first that in 2002, over 20 years ago, when I just started the cybersecurity issues as my career, whenever I say we need the international corporations and domestic corporations, then everybody says, what for, why? At the time, DPRK, the problem is only the domestic problems, not an international problem at all. So we didn't see any possibility or the opportunity to having a good relationships or cooperations among states. But in the reality, we see there's need and criticality and importances of the corporations in here. So maybe I can say some what has been done very successfully and what can be done after. So in two parts. So the first of all, maybe regarding the DPRK's cryptocurrency theft, after our the ROK and US summit in 2022, two governments operated the cybersecurity working group on DPRK. So they are mainly dealing with the two issues. So the first one is the stopping the IT profit workers of DPRK to work in abroad. That gives a lot of monies for them to send back to their government. So the second issue was the cyber cryptocurrency theft. So for that purpose, we organized and operated and met like 4 or 5 times since the May of 2022, and they do a lot of things together. So those working groups not only composed by the foreign affairs, but also with the intelligence services and ICT ministries and cyber command, and also the secret service kind of, the financial sectors. So they all together, of course, the law enforcement agencies, they all came together and talked very frankly and shared the information very frankly, and they can deter the malicious acts regarding the cyber cryptocurrency theft of the DPRK. So it helped and it succeeded. So that's why these days we see that the DPRK is changing their cashing out points into some other countries, which we're going to have difficulties to make them not the DPRK make the currencies cash out. So maybe they can be a good successful stories of the Korean cases. And then secondly, these days in 2023, after a summit again with the Korea and US, we agreed to have this strategic cybersecurity cooperation framework between two countries. And after the trial meeting in Camp David in 2023, in August, we also tried to expand that strategic framework, including Japan. In November, our government also said that the UK government and our government agreed to have somewhere similar the strategic framework to cooperations in this way. So those kind of steps, we're going to be very further, very fruitful for us to deter the DPRK's malicious activities. But what should be done after this is not sure about that. Maybe we need more information sharings, and maybe we need some kind of joint researches on how we can deter in technically and politically. The compliance and regulations cannot solve every problem, so we need the real solutions for that. So maybe those kind of things also should be considered in the futures, and also maybe not sure about the norm processes at the UN levels, but if we can have some kind of concrete norms in cyberspace for secure and open and stable cyberspaces, then it also can be helpful. Then maybe we can also think about having diplomatic dialogue with the DPRK to talk with them. So that can be the answers for the futures.
So let's take a little step back and zoom out a little bit. Let's go back to Director Smith. Is deterrence possible in cyberspace, or how should we be thinking about cyber deterrence? Should we be thinking about it in the way that we think about nuclear deterrence, or should we be thinking about it in terms of shaping behavior, perhaps along a spectrum of possible attacks through a series of efforts?
Yeah, I think this is a very difficult question. There are essentially two models of deterrence. One which we usually think about when we're thinking about, say, nuclear weapons or strategy in general, and one which we usually think about when we're thinking about crime and deterrence of crime. And the two models cross over, as you will see as soon as I express them, but there is a distinction between them. The first one is retaliation. You attack me, I attack you. And the second one is punishment. You commit a crime, and if you steal money from me, I don't steal money back from you. Rather, somebody else comes along, arrests you, and puts you in prison. So the punishment is not the same as the crime, only in reverse. That's the difference. Now, if you think about cyberspace, both the idea of retaliation, especially given all of the crossover and attribution issues that existed, that we discussed before. Retaliation is a difficult thing to think through there. Punishment is also a difficult thing to think through because the actors are likely to be right outside your own framework of law and possibility to, track them down, arrest them, and punish them. So deterrence is, in either way that you want to think about it, it's a very difficult thing to think about in cyberspace. Now, I understand that one of the reasons why there is a lot of kind of reservation about how far to take sharing of information in cyberspace, how far to go with regulation, is because of this sense that it's not just defensive capabilities which are important, but offensive, which means that there is some kind of emphasis in Western strategic thinking on deterrence in cyberspace. But I think it is a very, very unreliable basis on which to think. So I think that there is no real alternative, difficult as it is, to thinking about that development, which we've been talking about already today, of norms, of laws based on norms, of a regulatory framework, which, as I said in an earlier comment just now, must include a process framework as well as a framework of laws. That is the only way in which I think it's going to be possible really to handle the issues. Whether there is then some chance to use completely other means in a different kind of space, so to speak, to address those states that do not wish to be inside the regulatory framework, that would be another question. Is there a chance for using economic measures to impose a degree of sanction on states that do not want to cooperate in what is otherwise a very close to universal system of framework, thinking far ahead into the future? Obviously, if that state was on a superpower scale and was holding, with all of its economic weight, was standing outside of a consensus, that's a very difficult prospect to think of how you sort of sanction a USA or a China if it doesn't want to go along with everybody else's consensus. But if you're thinking about smaller states, and what are, then in that light often called rogue states, then it's much more straightforward to think about a largely consensus global framework with pressure on those who do not want to come inside it. And I think the final thing to say from my perspective, that would be flawed, right? But it wouldn't be as seriously flawed as having no regulation and as relying on deterrence and arbitrary punishment with attribution very unclear in a semi-chaotic cyberspace environment. So I think we have to aim for something that regulates and controls to a degree, knowing that it will be flawed, but it being flawed is better than it being chaos.
Dr. Norma, there are concerns that Russia might escalate in and through cyberspace and cause effects similar to armed attacks in a post-armed conflict environment. And many experts also do not rule out China as a concern in this possible scenario. How should NATO and the international community prepare for such cyber intrusions and these types of potential scenarios?
So I think when thinking systematically, there are three major steps everybody needs to take. So first is cooperation. Second is cooperation. And you already know what the third is, right? The cooperation. So we are as strong as we can individually as nations or agencies inside the nation. But we are so much stronger if we have efficient national coordination and cooperation inside the nation, that civilian, military, academic, private stakeholders play together under a coordinated cybersecurity strategy. And then if we multiply that with international cooperation, then when we look at the numbers and if most of the nations would agree on that, maybe under the frameworks that Dan just described and principles Dan described, I think this is a way forward where we all can enjoy the benefits of more secure cyberspace, secure internet that everybody needs for our societies to develop. So how can we achieve this cooperation? And again, there are three phases of developing this cooperation. And here actually there is nothing special, it's a common sense. If you want to cooperate with your neighbor, build a fence together, something like that, it's always the same. So the first step is that you need to know your partner. You need to understand their capabilities, their backgrounds, their interests, and so on and so on. And I can tell that this forum here is an excellent vehicle which brings our nations together. We talk to each other, we share our experiences, we know each other better when we go home from here. The second step, based on this knowledge, we can start building trust. And trust comes not from just speeches and papers. It comes through actual operational cooperation between agencies, between national stakeholders, between our nations. And this is very important here, that it's not just something we plan for the future. It's not like we can hold our ground as a nation, but if we get into a trouble, then we will cooperate with you and call you to help us. Well, the problem with this approach is, well, it's kind of the standard approach nowadays. So the problem is it might send a very wrong message to the adversaries. And we have seen this happening in Ukraine. The main failure in Ukraine was a failure of deterrence, sending a clear message to Putin that the moment you cross borders, you violate international law, then the moment most of the world will be united against this aggression and will come to support the nation in need. If Putin would have known that before and known the reaction from the world, I really don't think that he would venture into this misfortunate situation. So once again, this not some cooperation in the future, but cooperation today, cooperation being in the core of our national capability in cyber. Our national capability is built on cooperation internally and international level. That is the most important step. And the third step is a will to cooperate in time of need. The will that if somebody will be, some of us will be under attack, or many of us, we will cooperate. We will exercise our trust and knowledge. But about the will, I'm pretty sure that if you trust your neighbor, and if you know your neighbor, if you trust your neighbor, then you also love your neighbor, and most likely you will go and help your neighbor when the neighbor is in need. So if we do all these steps, both national and internationally, then I honestly believe that we have done our best to stand ground, to fence off all potential aggression against international law and peace in cyberspace. But still, Earth can be hit by an asteroid, and we can't do anything about that. So there will be unexpected events, and only resilience is the best we can have. But we just shouldn't be too much concerned about these asteroids destroying the humankind. We can only do our best as humankind to stay united. And I'm so happy to see and say that Korea is really taking leadership in these processes, bringing international community together through exercises and conferences and discussions like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's turn to Dr. Antoi Boasiako. Are the tools and methods different when deterring criminals as opposed to states in cyberspace? And what steps and recommendations can be taken to make cyberspace safer and more secure for national security, essential services, and commerce?
Very well. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for giving me the opportunity. But first of all, let me express my appreciation to the government of the Republic of South Korea for the invitation, not just only to Ghana, but also the Global South. Permit me to put also the Global South agenda a little bit here. It's important because sometimes when discussions like this, we get lost. And if I can put this in context before I touch on the substantive matter. I think I agree with you that the cyberspace is a common good for all of us. But if you think about a developing country like mine, I think our interests are primarily economic. And let me give you, at least for now, and I think I need to be candid about it. If you look at a report by the International Trade Administration, about 500 million population on the African continent will be e-commerce users by 2025. That is a good indicator for us. At the same time, the United Nations Conference on Trade has also done assessment. By the same 2025, I think we're likely to add about 180 billion USD to the GDP of the region. And my own country, there has been examples of experimentation whereby digital platforms being used to collect or mobilize revenue has increased revenue generation by 4 times. So if we're getting 1,000 USD a month, doing things manually, it is changed to 4,000 USD. We can't have a discussion on the security resilience of the digital or the global internet space without looking at the developmental context, which some of us is quite pretty for us in terms of how our development is. And that is why I wanted it to be situated squarely on agenda. I agree, of course, the cyberspace is a center of gravity for all sorts of things. As I mentioned earlier, one of them is economic opportunities. That government in my region and other similar places are taking advantage to develop their economies. But also, it's the same center of gravity for criminal activities. It's the same center of gravity for conflict and almost everything. And therefore, our response mechanisms in that particular area requires a multifaceted approach. Speaking about some of this development, Ghana hosted the Maiden Global Conference on Cyber Capacity Building, in which Accra Core document was launched. And again, it is the team that touches on the development. We hosted this event working with the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, Global Forum on Cyber Expertise, again, highlighting the developmental imperative of the global internet platform, which I do believe it should be situated, of course, in terms of the conflict, adversarial, and those issues. I think we need to look at that. In terms of substantive question as to how to deal with the threat in the cyberspace, I think we need to be clear. The cyber actors or adversaries are not the same. They are different. So you have purely criminal actors, but you also have state actors. And how to deal with this wouldn't be the same thing. Of course, when you're dealing with a criminal actor, I think first of all, in my own experience leading the National Cybersecurity Authority of my country, preventive measures are quite key. And I would like to look at awareness creation, and I think my colleagues here will admit we need to focus on awareness creation. Even wealthy countries are unable to successfully investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate more than 10, 15% to 20% of all cybersecurity incidents. I think the factors has been enumerated here. Some of them attribution, identification, and all so on and so. So awareness, preventive measures are key. And that is one area I will recommend. The second is the protection. And you need to be proactive, especially critical information infrastructure systems need to be protected. And for example, Ghana has designated close to 200 critical information infrastructure owners. We've introduced a directive for the protection of this, the baseline cybersecurity measures for their protection. That is key. But certainly, law enforcement as a deterrence is key. You need to be able to at least, even the small percentage, to be able to successfully cooperate with the private sector, investigate and prosecute it to also serve as a deterrence. So these are some of the measures I do believe, of course, with the information sharing with the private sector, and you can enforce the regulations, collaborate with law enforcement agencies to deal with the issue. From the state's perspective, I do believe there are a number of options. I'm not sure whether this has been touched, but imagine a tool to address issues involving state actors in cyber diplomacy. I think that is where to start on. I think the world is emerging to a point where we need to dialogue. We need to negotiate to establish relevant cyber norms. And I think that is an important tool that we need to promote. And I think the OEWG and the ad hoc committee engagement at the UN is quite a good model to respond to that. We need to, one way or the other, have to engage, no matter how difficult and tough it is, to sit down, dialogue, and agree as human beings in terms of the rules of engagement, even as we operate in the cyberspace. But I think just negotiating and dialoguing, I don't think there will be compliance. There will always be elements, state actors, who will not comply even with the agreed norms. And therefore, I think the option of sanctions, of course, economic sanction can be applied as a tool as well in terms of mitigating destabilizing acts involving state actors. And of course, where also it is possible, military action comes in. But I think that is where we need to dialogue and establish whether the existing international rules apply to also certain state actions that are conducted within the cyberspace. I do believe there should be a conversation in terms of the application of international law to destabilize on actions by state actors. And I think these are the directions that we need to look at going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's an excellent segue into the next section. You know, we've been talking a lot about states, non-state actors, criminals, but the private sector is a key actor in this equation and key actor in the future of the governance of cyberspace. And so let's turn to Director Smith. Very briefly, what are the private sector's maybe 1 to 2 top responsibilities in the context of violent context, and what maybe 1 or 2 recommendations do you propose to strengthen cybersecurity or public, and especially public-private partnership in going at this together instead of in a siloed and disjointed manner?
Yes, thank you. So let's take a look at the war in Ukraine, where it's been mentioned already that a number of major and some not so major ICT companies have come forward and have assisted with Ukraine's defense in many ways. And those companies and their corporate leaders need to look very closely at international humanitarian law. And several of them are now in a dialogue and discussion about that, because the big blunt question arises. I mean, if Microsoft is helping the Ukrainian government, if any corporation is, do they become actors in the war? If they become actors in the war, are they actually legitimate targets? What is the responsibility that the company has to ensure the safety of its employees, and of course, you know, in the corporate context, the value to the shareholders? What's their liability? How compliant must they be? This is a set of questions which has been opened up by something which I think is genuinely unprecedented, which is this sort of surge of assistance towards the government in Kiev, when it, especially in the first days, but it's been maintained ever since, when it faced that sort of ramped up aggression starting on the 24th of February last year. So that's one thing, that if you're asking, you know, what are the implications and what should they do, they should understand there are implications and they need to explore them, and they need to explore them very urgently. Second thing, in a completely different set of contexts, is, you know, Ukraine and Gaza. These are 2 wars out of about 55 or 56 that are going on at the moment. And in many of those conflict-affected countries, companies, ICT companies like others, have not a role, but they have a presence in those countries. Sometimes it's only a virtual presence, but very often they have offices there and staff and so on. And we've been in discussion with them about what it is that they need to do and to be paying attention to in the context of imminent conflict, active violent conflict, and in the post-conflict period. And it boils down to really understanding the context in which they're working. It's what in the trade, in peace research and in the development community would be called a conflict-sensitive approach. But what that really means is a risk-sensitive approach, but two-way risk. Not just the risk that the difficult context poses for the company and its well-being and the well-being of its employees and customers and so on, but the risks which the company might generate in that country, very often without any intention. I mean, these contexts are sometimes very complex, and without very, very good local intelligence, you can do something which appears to put you on one side of the conflict, even though you didn't mean to, and then you become a target for the other side of the conflict. And that can work either way. It can be the government which acts against you to close down operations because it thinks you're a disruptive element, or the militia and the insurgents who act against you because they think you're pro-state. So again, it needs careful thinking about, careful analysis, and I would say that there, the key is to be conducting the analysis in a way that is well informed by local voices. If you're not engaging with local communities in the corporate sector, then you're really going to be uninformed about the potential consequences and ramifications of what you're doing. And that could run serious risks. It could run risks of kidnapping or of other and worse physical harm for your employees and for the executives. So those would be the two things I'd say. There's obviously, this is a big field once you get into it, but analysis and understanding, looking at legal and moral responsibilities, that, I think, is the starting point of the whole enterprise.
Let's look at the other case study here of North Korea again. Dr. Kim, how can the private sector help in reining in North Korea's cybercrimes? And how can governments also partner with, or better partner with, the private sector in this endeavor?
Oh, absolutely. Without the private sector's help, the deterring the cryptocurrency theft from the DPRK will not be possible, actually. We got help from our domestic private sectors and experts, and also we got help from the international or the other countries' private sectors, whom they have good skills on following up all the tracks of the cryptocurrencies coming from here to there, and following up all the tracks, and then the final the stops at the cashing out there. So they follow up all the tracks, and then they could share all the information with our government, intel services, and the law enforcement at the same time. So I cannot say that I cannot stress more that we need the private sectors for this kind of help. But there is still some concerns I have as a researcher, because the technical dependencies or technical gaps among the private sectors, domestically and internationally, gives more chances to the concentration of the information or skills and personnel. So when a certain company has more information or skills than every other sectors, then that the concentrated the information more information have companies will gonna play a greater role to make rules and guidelines to do something with the government or by themselves. So I'm not sure how we can make them as legal and as ethical, as moral as we expected. So that can be one concern for me. And secondly, regarding the DPRK cases, the other countries, private sectors can cooperate with directly the Korean governments, but sometimes the private sectors from the other country wanted to directly cooperate with the private sector or private companies in Korea directly. In that cases, the technical or information gaps gives little chance for Korean private sectors to cooperate very well, and in some cases, it only have very little chances to express their opinions or their specialties toward the government policy-making processes. So they can also cause some kind of resistances to cooperate in more voluntarily way. So that can be the second problem I see. And also, in general term, with the cases of the Russian-Ukraine cases, in other Gaza war cases, we see a lot of private experts and professionals are involved in the war itself, and we are not sure how we see them as just a downstate actors or the private citizens or the state-sponsored players or just the criminals. We don't know yet, and we could not make decisions them as their characteristics. And then how we can make guidelines or regulations or norms considering regarding their activities. Then if we are not agreed, then all the activities in between the world, the private sectors or private experts' activities will be on private revenges. So we are not, I don't think we can be satisfied with that situations. So maybe we need those kind of understanding too. And also, finally, that's why I think the sensitive COE platform is really, really good for not only for the government, but also including the private sectors in a very strategic and procedural way to help doing something together. So maybe we can, I know that the sensitive COE has only the government sectors as the players, but maybe we can have some kind of portion to enlarge that into the cooperations with the private sector in a in a more protocol or the pre-decided manners, then the private sector's role can give more chances to help the others.
Thank you. Dr. Andre Boasiako, you alluded to a couple of these points, but how can governments work with companies, private companies, civil society, whole of society to catch these criminals better, to prevent cyber crimes, and what specific suggestions do you have in taking this whole of society approach to strengthen cyberspace governance? And perhaps if you could also, allude or draw upon Ghana's experience and your own experience in this, in protecting critical information infrastructures.
Thank you once again. I think, again, Ghana and, of course, most of the developing countries, something positive is happening there. When you're late to do something, I think you learn and you improve. I think the starting point is the governance structure. I think I've seen governance, cybersecurity governance models working very well. It's similar to what Ghana has adopted. So the right of the development of the strategy or your national legislation, you need to integrate both state actors and also non-state actors. It's very important, to get things right. So, for example, if you take Ghana's contest, Section 13 of our law established the Joint Cybersecurity Committee. So we have a number of domestic agencies whose mandate borders on cybersecurity, and therefore they constitute this body. But you've also set up industry forum, Section 82, that will bring non-governmental actors all together. And we work closely together on those matters, of course, including the civil society. And I think we've progressed, and we've gotten the domestic operation pretty well, and that is quite been helpful, not only responding to cybersecurity challenge, but also through our international cooperation partners. Because if Ghana is a state party to the Budapest Convention, and a state party like the US or UK has made a request for records from a telecommunications service provider, and you don't have proper domestic arrangement, it will become very difficult even for you to exercise effective international cooperation. So that kind of process has been replicated in a number of developing countries. In terms of working together, yes, one strategy that Ghana has done, I think second to Singapore, is the licensing of cybersecurity service providers. Ghana is the first country on the continent and the second globally to have taken this approach. Not just cybersecurity service providers, but also cybersecurity professionals. There's a reason. When I relocated back to the country 12 years ago, setting up my firm, and the kind of information I had, the visibility I had, intelligence I had, conducting forensic in the banking sector and energy sector, they still didn't have this visibility, which I felt was totally wrong. So we needed to bring visibility to some of these actors, of course, establish their fit for purposeness, to not just their technical competency, but also in view of the intrusive nature of their work to establish that. That is helping in terms of the state where I sit. My agency also has the national set. In terms of attacks report, we receive them. And that help in terms of quickly responding to incident and also information sharing. That has been really good. Well, the concept we use is collaborative regulations, because sometimes when you use regulations, people walk back. Are you regulating me? It's not really regulating. It's just, look, let's sit down together. We have, I think the goal is the same, but we have differentiated responsibility. The state has a responsibility to lead. It has a responsibility to implement enabling interventions. And of course, the private sector players who also hold data, who also have critical systems, have a responsibility to contribute to that. Where I sit, I think I find myself in difficult situations because I also deal with the national security side of things. You deal with civil society. All of them have competing interests, and all of them have genuine, legitimate, pragmatic interests. And I think my physics professor here made a point. It's a question of equilibrium, the balance that you'll be able to still put the necessary measures in place and protect the citizens through national security standpoint, but at the same time, you are also ensuring that the rights of individuals are protected. And this has been applied around the protection of critical information infrastructure within our setup. But also, one area which hasn't been discussed much is disinformation, which could be a potential source of conflict in the cyberspace. I'm not sure whether that area has been explored. But Ghana, we've seen that for us, disinformation is not just internet abuse, because we've seen how the population can attach certain genuineness and credence to disinformed information circulating around. And I think that is what my authority working with the agencies are also dealing with. But I do believe from the developing context, from the emerging democracies, if we're talking of emerging security, emerging democracy ought to be one of the areas we need to look at it. We need to address disinformation, misinformation, as they could potentially undermine the integrity of electoral and democratic processes in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important. Yes, disinformation campaigns is another critical area where the threats evolve. Dr. Ahmed, what specific measures and recommendations would you make to enhance and strengthen global cybersecurity resilience?
Yes, very good question, actually, since right now we didn't talk about the cybersecurity, we are talking about cyber resilience. The question is not, am I be attacked or not? The question is, when can I be attacked, and when I be attacked, am I ready or not? So to enhance the cyber resilience, you have to work proactively through some frameworks, through some regulations. You ask the organization and SMEs, all the big organizations to follow, to be ready for being attacked. Don't wait when attack has been happening. You should be ready afterwards. So also we should cooperate, as my colleague said. Cooperation. I prefer collaboration rather than cooperation. To be shoulder to shoulder rather than just cooperation. Collaboration between nations help us to withstand the zero-day attacks. So, for example, if any state or any nation had been attacked to a certain attack, if I have a collaboration with them, that's learning me how to be ready to face this attack afterwards, since there's some waves of attacks are coming to certain regions. So if I collaborate with my neighbors in my region or collaborate internationally with the whole nations all over the world, we will be able to reduce the risks of attacks, to overcome the risks of attacks, and reduce the money we're gonna lose for attacks. Moreover, as I said, always saying that cybersecurity is not just a technical. We need a legal framework to help us to fulfill. For example, in Egypt, we have many laws to criminalize cyber activities, to help people to get that rights if they have been attacked, even in the social activities. So collaboration between nations, between neighbors, will help all the globe to withstand the cyber attacks, which has been evolving every day. So the final word is a collaboration.
Final, and that's a good final word. No objection there, I suspect. One of our speakers mentioned in reference the UN OEWG, and the chairman of the working group, Ambassador Bruhan Ghafour, was unable to join us in person, but he did want to send very brief remarks by video, and he wants to relay the outcomes of the annual progress report that was adopted in July by consensus. And if we can please have the video. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, greetings from the United Nations in New York. I'm honored to speak to you today in my capacity as chair of the United Nations Open-Ended Working Group on the security of and in the use of ICTs, also known as the OEWG for cybersecurity. I want to begin by thanking His Excellency Mr. Park Jin Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for inviting me to participate in the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum. And I would also like to recognize and commend the initiative of the government of the Republic of Korea for bringing the international community together today to have this important and timely conversation on emerging security issues, particularly given the pace and speed of recent developments in this domain. The third area where there was agreement was that UN member states took the step of deepening international understandings on how international law applies in cyberspace. Now, international law and how it applies in the cyber domain is one of the most challenging discussions at the UN. It is also a very important issue given that it is really vital for all of us to ensure an international order in cyberspace that is founded on rules and international law. While some states believe that additional legally binding obligations are crucial, other states have also taken the view that existing international law is sufficient. And therefore, this discussion and debate will have to continue in the context of the open-ended working group, and it is my commitment to encourage this conversation so that we can all have clarity about how international law applies in the domain of cyberspace. The fourth area where states have reached agreement is on measures to intensify cyber capacity building efforts. Now, many member states have also said that capacity building is also in some ways a confidence building measure, because when one provides support to another country, one is also establishing a relationship of trust and building confidence. Now, there are many international organizations such as the ITU, UNDP, and World Bank, which are playing an important role in providing capacity building assistance in the context of cybersecurity. The question is how we can leverage on what is already existing and identify the gaps where more needs to be done in order to prepare states technologically and also politically and a policy point of view to deal with the emerging threats. Now, in this regard, UN member states have decided to convene a global roundtable on ICT security capacity building, which will take place at the United Nations in New York on the 10th of May, 2024. And I hope that many of you will be able to participate in this global roundtable. Now, the fifth and perhaps the most significant step taken this year is the agreement reached by UN member states to begin work to set up a global points of contact directory for ICT security. Now, the global point of contact directory is expected to be fully functional in 2024, and the directory can be used as a mechanism to communicate with each other in the event of an ICT security incident that could potentially escalate and lead to concerns about international peace and security. This directory will help states in their efforts to fulfill their obligations under the framework for responsible state behavior, which often require close communication with other states. The idea of a global POC directory was raised many years ago, and it has finally become a reality because this year UN member states have made an important step to proceed to further implement it as soon as possible. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, to put it simply, the UN has made some important progress in the area of ICT security. And I understand that in your discussions today, you will be reflecting on key questions in terms of what else needs to be done, including what trends will define the future of cyberspace and how cyberspace should be governed, and how governments and stakeholders can work together to promote a safe and secure cyberspace. As you deliberate on these questions, I encourage you to build on the work that has been done at the United Nations so far. It is really important that all efforts at the regional level, at the national level, contribute to strengthening the common agreement that have been reached at the United Nations. And therefore, whatever we can do to further strengthen and operationalize the framework of rules, norms for responsible state behavior in cyberspace will be an important contribution to our collective security and to the work of the United Nations. Now, in this regard, I also want to invite you to think about how any conclusions and understandings that you reach today in your conference could be formulated in a very specific way, either as proposals and recommendations that could then feed into the work of the UN Open-Ended Working Group. This would ensure that your conversations today could also lead to important discussions here at the United Nations and create a lasting impact and contribute to our efforts to strengthen the framework for responsible state behavior with the ultimate aim of enhancing international peace and security.
Well, we could spend many more hours unpacking this very complex issue of cyberspace as a domain for conflict, but I'm afraid we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much to our distinguished panelists for sharing your wisdom and enlightening us and making us smarter today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you to our moderator and our esteemed panelists. Now please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your participation. This concludes the session 2. And we will start our last session, which is Roundtable, Navigating New and Emerging Security Paradigms in AI-Driven World. We will start our last session from 2:50. So ladies and gentlemen, please take about a 15-minute break and please come back to this hall to join our last session. Thank you once again for your kind cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to start our last session, which is a special roundtable. And today we will have in-depth discussion under the topic of navigating new and emerging security paradigms in AI-driven world. Once again, I thank you very much for your participation. And now, please allow me to introduce our moderators and esteemed panelists on the stage. First and foremost, Professor Xie Lan, Dean of the Schwarzman College and Dean of the Institute for AI International Governance of Tsinghua University, will be leading our session as a moderator. So please welcome our moderator with a big round of applause. Thank you, Professor. And we do have 7 panelists. First, please allow me to introduce His Excellency Mohammed Sharif, former Minister of State for Environment, Climate Change and Technology of Maldives. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. Next to him, we're joined by Professor Landry Sinier, Executive Director of Thunderbird School of Global Management of Arizona State University. Please welcome him. Thank you. And next, we're joined by Professor Mihai Adrian Ionescu, Professor of Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Lausanne. Please welcome our professor. And next, please allow me to introduce Dr. Gerald Epstein, contributing scholar of Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security. Thank you for joining us today. Please welcome him. We're also joined by Mr. Bikram Sharma, founder and CEO of Quintessence Labs. Please welcome him. Thank you. We'd like to welcome Mr. Yusuf Trabali, CEO of Early Detection and Prevention Unit Africa and Executive Chairman of Allsight Africa. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you for your attendance. Last but not least, we're joined by Professor Lee Jae-jin, Dean of Graduate School of Data Science of Seoul National University. Let's welcome him. Thank you. With that introduction, I'd like to pass the microphone over to our moderator. Please lead the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Okay, I think we have a very exciting panel on this one, on navigating new and emerging security paradigm in AI-driven world. Actually, I would say maybe we should change that AI-driven to fourth industrial revolution technologies, because we have such a wonderful panel covering so many different emerging technologies in the so-called fourth industrial revolution technology areas. Of course, I think the last session, I think was sort of like drilling a hole on the lid of the genie's bottle, and looking at one particular aspect. But this one, we are going to cover almost every aspect. We wanted to look at how various new technology, emerging technologies, will impact the security paradigm. What are the risks that this new technology development will bring? And then, what are some of the traditional sort of governing mechanisms that might work? Some may not work, and what are the new paradigms needed to govern this new set of technologies? So for our panel, given the kind of excellence of all the people and the experts, so we feel that there's no need to go over the bios of these people, and you can Google them, and easily you can find everything. And so we start with each panelist give a short remarks of no more than 8 minutes. Some of them are using PPTs, others may not. And then we'll get into some discussion. So we do have a sequence of the panelist speakers, and so we'll follow the sequence. So without further ado, let me introduce Professor Landry Sinier.
Hello, and thank you very much, Jin and Chairman. Hello, everyone. I want to hear some noise. Hello, everyone. Fantastic. I know that you have just had lunch. So it is really my distinguished pleasure to be with you today, and I want to acknowledge the Minister of Foreign Affairs for organizing this incredibly wonderful session. I just came back from the World Economic Forum Global Governance Summit, where we discussed in San Francisco, where we discussed many of the points highlighted here. And just before that, also in Dubai with the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on the future of tech policy, where I sit, they were also part of the conversation. So one of the things I want to highlight, of course, I can go through the various technologies associated with the fourth industrial revolution, and I can as well share what are the potential risks and some strategy, including multi-stakeholder cooperation and agile governance to really better manage the risk and leverage the opportunity. But let me first start by sharing a little bit about why it is so important to have the conversation on emerging security challenges and threats now. First, it is because, of course, as you know, the fourth industrial revolution is characterized by that fusion of technologies, whether we mention the biological, the physical, the digital, blurring the frontier between those various worlds, but it's also characterized by the velocity, the incredible speed. You see, over a year ago, we were not speaking about generative AI. Of course, some of the elements, some of the dimensions were already evolving, but really, generative AI has celebrated its first birthday sometime, not a long time ago. So that is one of the dimensions, the velocity. The second is the scope. So virtually all the sectors are affected. So the incredible scope. So you cannot be out. Even if you are out, you are still in. So that's the second dimension. And the third is the system impact. So it affects both the specific dimensions of the system and also the system as a whole. So the various components of the system and the system as a whole. So with this comes a couple of key challenges. The first one is the pacing challenge. So the pacing challenge is the one related to speed. On one hand, we have the incredible speed of tech innovation, but on the other hand, we have a slow-moving process of regulation. So governments are not necessarily empowered or do not necessarily have enough resources to govern and regulate those technologies, especially when it comes to AI, generative AI, among others. So the second challenge is the coordination challenge. With the multiplicity of actors at the local, national, regional, global levels, but also across industries, so that brings another complexity in terms of managing some of those questions. So now, I will not list all the technology, you know them, whether we speak about blockchain, we speak about quantum computing, we speak about the metaverse, or we speak about generative artificial intelligence. I want to probably do a deep dive on generative artificial intelligence, and especially understanding why it is so important, especially in a conversation where we are speaking about security threat. So the first dimension is really the potential weaponization of Gen AI. Let's say, for example, to create AI-driven weapons which could disrupt critical infrastructure. A test was completed. I was drafting a piece about cybersecurity, and the test was completed. And especially in the global south, in a matter of minutes, it was possible to hack websites, including of interior ministries. So I'm clearly saying, if interior ministries, presidencies, central bank could be hacked in a matter of minutes, can you imagine what could be the implication in potentially disrupting the economic situation of a given nation, and the critical infrastructure. So in addition to that, we also have of course, the national security threats. Generative AI could really be used, including for AI-driven adversarial attacks, which means generating information so that it disrupts the quality of the output when, for example, research is conducted. There you actually disrupt and you attack the quality of the outcome. A previous speaker has shown, for example, how, I think that was in the morning session with one of the keynote speakers, how the quality of the information generated by generative AI could be poor in some instances. These may be related to the technical level of development, but bad authors or actors can make it intentional so that even intelligence reports could be fake. Input which can serve the decision-making process. So which also lead to the erosion of trust and misinformation, deepfake. So it is a clear threat to democracy at many levels. First, shaping the public opinion we have seen, and this doesn't just happen in emerging nations, this has happened in the United States, among others. So that is another dimension that I also want to highlight. Of course, I can't go through privacy to other legal concerns, but I just wanted to focus on some of the less discussed questions. So now, when it comes to, let's say, regulating AI, how do we better govern tech? So, of course, we have various methodology, and in one of the articles that are released with the Brookings Institution, a blueprint for technology governance in the post-pandemic world, we identify various strategies. One is really to anticipate innovation and its possible consequences. So that is one of the dimensions. And to focus intervention on data, to focus on agile techniques, focus on education, school, health policymaker, and act holistically. So I know there is a couple of dimensions. One could be to try to build a global governance, a global AI governance at a systematic level, at a system level. And the other could be to use a design approach. And to conclude, given the velocity of the fourth industrial revolution, tech innovation and other, it will be difficult to come with a centralized, fully controlled way of govern AI. So sectoral, specific application, design approaches will most likely be the way to go. I'll stop for now, but I'm very excited. I have so much more to share, but I think I have to pause now if I don't want the chair to be mad at me. So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Signy. Now let me invite Dr. Epstein to give his remarks.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the honor of speaking with you all today. I'm going to start off with a little bit of stage setting. I'm going to go back and talk a little bit about the challenge of assessing emerging technologies, and then I'll move over into how biotechnology features into this discussion. The Canadian author Margaret Atwood once said, "With all technology, there's a good side, a bad side, and a stupid side you weren't expecting." I'm not so sure about the stupid side, but she was absolutely right about the unexpected part. What we've learned is that the unexpected or unanticipated effects of a new technology can dominate over whatever effects had actually been anticipated. For example, when electricity first came on the scene, most predictions of how it would affect warfare envisioned electric weapons, directed lightning bolts, something like that. However, its most significant effects proved to be more subtle and yet more transformational than that. It affected logistics, it affected communication, And particularly, it affected increased industrial productivity, which greatly improved the ability to produce all types of military hardware. Turning to biotechnology, of course, biotechnology itself is not really an emerging technology. We've had it for half a century, but it continues to develop over that time. There have been continued new breakthroughs that have offered new powers to understand and manipulate life. And in particular, there's now intersections between biotechnology and the subject of this meeting, cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, which comes down to the fact that biology is based on a digital system, the genetic code. Every organism on Earth is defined by its RNA or its DNA, its genome. And in particular, the sequence of chemical base units, so-called A's, C's, G's, T's, or U's if you're RNA, that when you string them together, form the genome of an organism. This recognition that life at heart is digital is driving a convergence between the biological sciences, which had been a more or less independent domain of inquiry, and the information sciences, which had also previously been more or less independent. But now that biology seems to be digital, all those tools of manipulating the digital world, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, statistical manipulations, can now be brought to bear on the biological sciences. This is tremendously empowering, but it also means that whatever vulnerabilities are inherent to those systems, and we've heard a lot about that today, can now extend directly over into the biological domain as well. So why is biology then a particular concern? There are many ways in which technologies can be used to do harm. I would submit, however, that it may be that the most severe and the highest end possible consequences may be due to biology, and that's because of the fact that a biological organism, a pathogen, can be self-replicated, and it can spread all around the world by itself. We've all seen, only too painfully, how a single disease outbreak in a single location can magnify itself into a global catastrophe. So that's the concern at the upper end that we particularly like to avoid when looking at biology. And again, it's not inherently the fact that biology and cybersecurity and AI will bring that, but the question is to what extent do those connections with the information sciences bring the barriers to achieving those ends lower? Let me first turn, pardon my fumbling, to the cybersecurity threat. Since I mentioned that biology is inherently a digital system and that we can have the pathologies of digital systems now can couple directly into biology, certainly all biological research firms, all biotechnology companies are subject to the same cybersecurity problems that all other companies are. So we start from a baseline that everybody has to live in a cyber environment where we're beset by threats and attacks all the time. But it's biology's particular relationship with the digital world that magnifies that threat. The biotechnology revolution now is empowered by use of huge biological data sets, the genomes of thousands of organisms, the proteomes, the actual list and molecular structure of the proteins that accomplish all the functions that these organisms can do for us, are in digital form and then can be subject to the same sorts of pathologies. Consider what might have happened if the COVID and Pfizer mRNA vaccines had been hacked. What the mRNA vaccine does is it introduces a code into your body that makes your body generate the spike protein of COVID such that other parts of your body will then generate antibodies against that. It's all specified by the code of the RNA that's given in the vaccine. Well, if that had been hacked, we might have a vaccine that was actually ineffective. Or even worse, it's conceivable that had that been hacked, we may have a vaccine that would actually have been harmful to people. Now, rest assured, there are many, many safeguards that those vaccine manufacturers have implemented to make sure that that could not happen. But I did want to illustrate that story as one way in which the electronic world and cybersecurity can couple directly to have biological consequences. Turning over now to artificial intelligence, the questions we're asking about how they may exacerbate the threat really come in at least two forms, and I think researchers are looking at additional mechanisms as well, which I won't get into. One is the extent to which the same ability of biology to do harm that we've been facing for quite some time could be exacerbated by the AI models we've had discussed today, and lowering the barriers to people being able to develop weapons who might not have had competence in all the necessary technological fields. So are we broadening the population of people that can do harm, and conceivably harm on a very large scale? The second question is, it's possible, using new AI tools, which are creating breakthroughs in science at a rapid pace, to learn things that nature not only has not developed, but is likely never to develop. So-called biodesign tools have, for instance, been able to figure out structures that scientists have spent decades unable to solve. How do you predict the structure of a protein if all you know is the sequence of amino acids that build it up? AI can now do that, and it can do it for hundreds of thousands of proteins. And we may be able to generalize that in a world in which AI can understand the genome of an organism better than scientists can. It can tell us what sorts of effects and behavior an organism might have, which we might not have been able to put together earlier, looking at various understanding of pieces of genes of that genome. And so where you might consider questioning is, where might these biodesign tools take us in the future? It's conceivable, although not impossible to predict at this point, that we may be able to specify the properties of an organism that someone, maybe for legitimate reasons, maybe otherwise, would want to design, and that tool will then give you the genome and let you build the organism to do it. You're not limited to whatever nature happened to have. Nature has come up with some pretty serious disease pathogens as well, but perhaps a tool like that could transcend the barriers of evolutionary processes and leap into new domains of the ability to do harm. So those are some of the areas in which the digital biological interface might actually transform an existing hard problem, biological weapons and bioterrorism, and put it into new domains that we have to pay particular attention to. Now, AI developers and biosecurity experts are spending a lot of time trying to understand these potential threats more, and I think at this point they would all say we don't really know to what extent the barriers are lowered, to what extent the tools may enable us to do things that are even more devastating than before, but it is a very active domain of study. So at that point, let me turn it over and maybe talk some more later in the session.
Thank you, Dr. Epstein. Now let me invite Professor Ionescu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a professor in nanoelectronics. I'm an engineer. And as for my students, I prepare a set of slides to take you to a quick ride to explain why I consider that artificial intelligence and emerging nanotechnology are highly linked, and that their challenges, threats, and opportunities should be addressed altogether. The community I come from is responsible for the creation of the most abundant artificial object fabricated by humans. Orders of magnitude than the 400 billion stars in the Milky Way. And this is the transistor. We have fabricated till now 10 power 10 more transistors than stars in the Milky Way. And this is the reason AI is possible today. And these are fabricated by semiconductor technology, a domain in which South Asia is one of the leaders. And semiconductor technology is a strategic technology for humanity. We are able today, based on the prediction made by one of the founders of Intel, Gordon Moores, to fabricate more than 100 million transistors per millimeter square, all operating without error for more than 10 years. So why some people are saying that there is an end of Moore's law and this is a victim of the success of this technology? So first, there are two things we have to address together with other challenges posed by AI. First, this type of technology has been designed for performance. So I'm going to talk about big brain technology, which are the data center, when we process all the high-performance computing, where AI is computing, and which is consuming today around 3% of the global scale energy. And this is going to increase exponentially in the coming year with the rise of AI. Second, some colleagues today mentioned about Internet of Things node. This is a technology that we are deploying, and it's predicted that by the mid of this century, we'll deploy near 1 trillion IoT node, each generating thousands of times more data that we are processing today in the zettabyte era. So this is data consumed by machine, by AI. How we can make this sustainable? And the first thing you have to note is the way we process information is edge to cloud. So we have to have a vision edge to cloud for all the threats, for all the risk, for all the challenges, and talk about technology for big brain and tiny brain at the edge. Now, what alternatives we are offering today to tiny brains to intelligence of the edge? My colleague before us talking about biology and inspiration from biology. There are now trends in this domain to leverage the idea of neuromorphic computing, a type of computing that will not use zeros and one, digital information, but will go back analog and will process on the edge events, and this will reduce data proliferation, data that we communicate to the cloud. So working with Spike instead with digital signal. This type of technology is now available. We are bringing on advanced digital CMOS platform, new type of functional oxide, 2D materials that are able at nanoscale to do what neurons and synapses are doing. And what this is generating a concept that is intrinsically related to AI, the concept of digital twin. We are able today to create digital replicas of system that are using real-time data in order to make predictive projection. And people are using that in order to build digital twins of cities like Singapore is doing. Optimization of management of a country will be done by a digital twin of a country. Digital twin of processes, of product. Digital twin of battlefields. And digital twin at the end of all humans. That is a positive thing, is a thing that will let us to go from reactive and sustainable healthcare to proactive healthcare. AI and nanotech are working hand in hand for that. Understanding, quantifying, being able to forecast prediction that will create transformative changes in all the fields of the earth. Now, let me go on the nanotechnology of big brain. Nanotechnology of big brain, it's about quantum technology. Quantum technology is essentially a cryogenic technology, not yet something you will put in your pocket. It's based on the idea of quantum bits that are using information in superposition at the same physical space at the same moment in time. And these qubits can compute by entanglement simultaneously extremely complex tasks that are untractable by classic computer. So when you think about 2 power n with the n of qubits of the order of 300, this is more than the number of atoms in universe. And expectations are huge in terms of cybersecurity, quantum modeling, financial modeling, and new drug discovery. This is not only about the qubit chip, it's about the whole technology stack. It's about practically the algorithm, the architecture you will put on top of it. But nanotechnology is the key enabler of a scaling computer that will address quantum supremacy. What does it mean, quantum supremacy? We'll be able, in our times, to compute tasks that will require tens of thousands of years otherwise. There are many opportunities related to quantum technology and this big brain, but I will cite the first one, the exponential AI speed up. This is something that is beyond what we are doing with ChatGPT today. And you can read the other, I will not go through all this, but again, we can do much better AI, exponential AI, and even enable a future type of metaverse in the future. There are many risks altogether with these challenges related to cryptography risk. A quantum computer can also address any type of encoding algorithm and even break factoring encryption method. But the one that is maybe the highest is that this will enable beyond human intelligence. Are we ready for a beyond human intelligence? This is a threat that will necessitate new regulation, policy changes, will necessitate global cooperation. So in summary, none of the AI are working hand in hand. They are generating paradigm for edge to the cloud, and the keywords is quantum for big brain and neuromorphic for tiny brain. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ionescu. This is really, I think, fascinating to see all this converging of these technologies. Now let me invite Dr. Sharma to make your remarks. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Lan. And I'd also like to extend my thanks to Minister Park, his colleagues at the Foreign Ministry, and CNAS, and the Advanced Institute of Science and Technology for bringing us together for this excellent day of discussions that we've had today. My comments we had all prepared our presentations independently, but will intersect, I think, with a lot of what you've heard here. But I'd start with offering you a few thoughts, framing the cybersecurity risk from developments in quantum computing. And it was very interesting that both Lan and Landry both talked about the fourth industrial revolution. So we also do some work with the World Economic Forum, and certainly this was this term that was coined to talk about this massive convergence that we're seeing amongst the physical, digital, and biological worlds. And that really is fundamentally transforming our everyday experience. As Landry pointed out, it's really occurring at a velocity which nobody possibly could have even anticipated. And it is enhancing the way how we interact with each other and indeed how we operate our enterprises in more sustainable ways. What's interesting about this, in contrast to the first three, which were based on single technologies, so steam, electricity, and digital, the fourth is powered by a synthesis, if you like, a smashing together of significant scientific and technological innovations. So this includes an array of technology domains. So AI, of course, autonomous vehicles, 3D printing, 5G, 6G, Internet of Things, and quantum, which promises, collectively, these promise step change through to 2050 and probably beyond. And quantum, in our perspective, certainly is one of the important technologies of this fourth industrial revolution. And as was nicely pointed out by my colleague Mihai, there are incredible possibilities that this opens up. So just a quick little historical tour. The foundations of quantum theory were developed way back in the early 20th century. And amongst others, there's names which you might recognize, Niels Bohr, Max Planck, and Albert Einstein, and all of whom were incidentally awarded Nobel Prizes in separate years for their seminal contributions to this field. And really what quantum talks about is the rules that govern behavior at the level of the very small. So when you get down to the most fundamental levels of nature, of photons, electrons, atoms, things behave very differently to what they do at the human scale. And quantum describes how some of those rules work at that most fundamental level. So interestingly enough, 2 decades after those initial discoveries in the early 20th century, we had the first wave of quantum technologies. And these were heralded by the invention of the first transistor, which was jointly created by Walter Brattain, John Bardeen, and William Shockley in 1947. Incidentally, they also won a Nobel Prize, I think it was in 1956, for this particular work. And this invention and its subsequent phenomenal advancement, broadly in accordance with Moore's law, which was mentioned, has transformed our lives and societies over the last 75 years. The first wave, this first wave of quantum technologies, harnessed effects which are innate, which exist naturally, and at the most fundamental levels to deliver this step change. But what we have seen is from a single transistor in 1947, as my colleague just mentioned, some of the most advanced processors today on a single chip have tens of billions of transistors. Remarkable. One transistor 75 years ago to tens of billions today. And they become so much part of our natural lives that we on our bodies carry tens of billions, trillions potentially, of them in our smartwatches, in our phones, and other electronic devices that we have. Now we're on the cusp of a second wave of second quantum revolution, as we're calling it, where as opposed to leveraging effects which occur in nature, we're actively engineering quantum states that do not exist in nature. And this is opening up a host of new amazing possibilities. Mihai talked about the incredible possibilities of quantum computing. Similar things apply to quantum sensing, imaging, as well as security. Because for all the incredible advances and the amazing abilities which Mihai pointed out that quantum computers will enable us, they will break some of the mechanisms which undergird our cybersecurity infrastructure, our digital infrastructure. And if we look at exactly sort of how that works and looking specifically at quantum computers, as Mihai mentioned, they operate instead of on bits, on a fundamentally different unit. It's called the qubit, and somewhat oddly, and we talked about biological bits, where you could have multiples, but in a quantum bit, you can have in one qubit a 0 and a 1, and any state in between at the same time. Now, this is quite confusing because there's nothing at the human level which mimics this. So we just have to accept it, and tens of thousands of experiments have shown us that at the quantum level, this is what occurs. But the effect of this is, as Mihai pointed out, every time you add a qubit, it exponentially, it doubles the power. And as we saw, once you get to a power of 200 qubits, that is just remarkable, the capabilities that open up to us at that point. But what that will do is its cryptanalysis capability will imperil the very foundations of cybersecurity. And this comes in a context, as we've heard throughout the day, of exponentially increasing cyber threat. It's composed of capable, well-funded cyber criminals and state and non-state actors. And this current asymmetry in the cost of launching attack and the potential gain from that means that those that wish to do us harm are very well incentivized to do this. So an adversary equipped with a quantum computer at scale, which is also known as a cryptographically relevant quantum computer, will challenge the verification of authenticity, which is so critical. When I go online, there are a whole suite of technologies that assure me that you are you. If that is broken, the very basis of our e-commerce will be impacted. And similarly, it will break many of the mechanisms that we use to protect secure information exchange. And, well, what is the timeline for this? There is a very interesting report from a group called the Global Risk Institute in Canada, and it suggests that for most organizations, the risk threshold will cross a level of comfort within the 5 to 10 year time frame. It's difficult to predict exactly when that quantum computer will come because it needs lots of scientific and engineering innovation, but the risk level is more than likely to cross there. But there's two things to consider about as you move to protecting yourself. One is the time to transition. For all of you that work with large enterprises, it is a multi-year journey to transition your systems, your critical infrastructure, across to being quantum resilient. Probably 5 years for larger systems. And the second is about a report that came out from Booz Allen that was pointing out of adversaries that are capturing sensitive information collected today, protected today with encryption, that will likely be broken within the useful lifetime of that data. It's called the harvest now, decrypt later attack. So those two can guide you a little bit about it. And in the conversation will come up, there are two mechanisms that can be used to address this. One is post-quantum cryptography, and the other is quantum key distribution. And what we really need to think about is taking timely action to see this threat, which clearly we can foresee, so that when that event arrives, we're well protected from the risk. So a few other items to share, but I'll leave that for the discussion. So thank you, Lan.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Now let me invite Dr. Travely to make his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the Minister of Foreign Affairs for having me here. So I have a couple of slides which I would like to share with you. First of all, I think it's very good to be one of the last speakers because it will just build on what the others have said. Can I have my slides? Yes, thank you, but I cannot see them here, so it's difficult. Voila. Okay, thanks. All right, so I'm very happy that actually emerging technology were already presented broadly. So, I mean, thank you for presenting the digital one. And then also the presentation on the biotech was very good. So I just have to complement this list. But what I would like to say first is that I make the distinction between emerging technology, digital emerging technology, but also environmental emerging technology. I think this is very important. We have been focusing a lot on digital emerging technology, but I think for the developing country perspective, it is extremely important to also consider the environmental emerging technology. So this first slide is quite compelling. If you look at national AI policy mapping across the world, you see the maturity level of the African continent. So today we have less than 10 African countries which are equipped with national AI policy. So that's a major challenge. The second thing that you see if you look at data and data strategy, you see that the data economy is also barely emerging. So we have, again, less than 10 African countries with a national data policy or strategy. Now, the second thing is that policy, strategy, and vision is one thing, but when you put those in place, you also have to make your institution evolve and modernize to adapt to those new policies. And this is happening at a very low pace in Africa. The second thing that you see is that the speed of developing those strategy and those policy, it takes typically 2 to 3 years to have a national AI policy developed and adopted. So this is just to set the stage of the discussion. And one of the speakers in the previous section spoke about regulatory collaboration. And actually, there are not more than 10 African countries that are ready for this type of collaboration. So that's already an issue for the developing country from the starting point. So we are not ready to collaborate on the global stage. Now, having said that, what is the consequence? The consequence, if you look at the different sectors, so on one hand side, you look at the digital, let's say, technology. On the other hand, you look at the environmental technology. So we need to harness both technology with the fourth industrial revolution. In terms of readiness, so you can look at the preparedness, access, and use. Most African countries are at the preparedness level, which is a major challenge. So basically, we are losing our sovereignty in almost all economic sectors. So if you are not sovereign, automatically you are in a position where you are at faith in all cases. That's number one. Now, if you look at the different sectors, I think there was a lot of discussion on a number of sectors. Infrastructure, as was discussed, the digital infrastructure is a key asset. And today we are discussing, there was a discussion on data storage, but also on green data centers. So we are combining energy and also digital. But the challenge here is that we are in a continent where access to energy is already an issue. So meaning that developing those data centers that are consuming electricity is a big challenge. And therefore, your, let's say, cloud infrastructure, you will also rely on infrastructure that are not national, which also puts you at threat. Another interesting sector is energy. I mentioned one of the technology, it's energy storage, which is coming. And beyond energy storage, you have the hydrogen technology. Today in Africa, you only have one major project working on hydrogen production. So again, for energy storage, which is the starting point of the green economy, we are depending on international collaboration. In the finance and banking sector, very critical, and I will discuss a few points here. In the finance and banking sector, what you see here is actually the payment architecture. So when you make a payment to a merchant, what is happening? What you will see is that at the centers in your payment stack, the center of the payment stack is completely controlled by US organization or US platforms, which means that in one click, you can be removed or blocked from the international payment architecture. If you look at what is happening also with open banking and open data, with API and again, the cloud and so on, It is the same thing here. So this is taking place now. So we are, with this type of architecture, we are bypassing the regular banking system, of course, to make international transactions. But again, the dependency on foreign technology or on cloud is also a major issue. I can pass this one. Someone spoke this morning also about, so one is the bank infrastructure, which is dominated by Visa and MasterCard and so on. But also we are using a lot of the telephone infrastructure to make the payment. And this is also an issue in terms of the amount of data that are being stored there. So it's an important threat. Now, what is also interesting is that you have seen that during the war between Russia and Ukraine, one sanction that the European has taken was to exclude Russia from the SWIFT system. Now, you have to know that most African countries are using SWIFT system. And for most African countries, also Russia is an economic partner. So basically, it is this geopolitical issue has an indirect consequence of the ability of African countries to transact with some of those, some of their partners. In the healthcare technology, of course, healthcare domain, of course, AI is also has a lot of opportunity, but then you also acquire quite a massive amount of sensitive data. And if you don't manage to secure your infrastructure to store those data, you again are at risk. Now, I mentioned seasonal energy storage. Within the next 10 years, you will see that mobility will be, car mobility is going to be e-fuel, airline transportation, sustainable aviation fuel, maritime transportation, green methanol, etc. All those technologies, they are not mastered by African countries, which means that we're going to be dependent on all fronts, and therefore you can be, let's say, locked just by cutting your access to energy in all your sectors. And if, depending on what is the purpose of those new form of energy, we will also have some trade issue with that respect. So I think the discussion on biotech is very important because we can also extend biotech to biofuel, to renewable fuel, etc. Voilà, so I think clearly the positive thing is that with the emerging technology, the world is increasingly driven by multi-purpose drone, by sustainable aviation fuel, by e-fuel, by self-sufficiency energy, by carbon negative housing, but this is only for the developed world. We are not yet benefit from those socio-economical opportunity offered by those emerging technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Travely. Now let me invite Honorable Mohammed Sharif, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by thanking the organizers, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, for the kind invitation and for hosting us here. So my remarks today, I'll try to keep it brief, but I think since it's the last few hours of the day, it's good to have this particular topic. I've been asked to talk about shaping the regulatory frameworks in the era of disruptive emerging technologies. So let me start by asking simple questions. Are we the masters of technology, or are we becoming its servant? Right, today we stand at the brink of an extraordinary digital age, and it's become crucial. And throughout the day it's been made clear that we need regulatory frameworks that are not just reactive but proactive, so that we need to be able to manage the risks and leverage the benefits of these disruptive technologies. In a world where data is the new oil, we must strike a balance between this innovation that we really want for ourselves, definitely, and values that we hold dear, like privacy, like human rights. The rapid development of AI and the increasing importance of data has definitely brought significant security threats, such as that of deepfakes and data breaches. These developments alone underscores the need for robust regulatory frameworks. The rise of AI and data has been nothing short of revolutionary. We just seen the presentations. AI, with its ability to learn, reason, and self-correct, is reshaping the way we live, work, reason, and not to mention how we settle our disputes. It is driving advances in various fields, from healthcare and education to finance and entertainment to security and warfare. And with these advances, of course, comes significant security threats. AI technologies enabled us to create more, the same AI technologies which enabled us to create more personalized and efficient solutions can also be used maliciously. For instance, generative AI deepfakes have become a tool for spreading disinformation, posing serious threats to our geopolitical information security. Moreover, in this data-driven world, data breaches have become a common occurrence, putting personal and sensitive information at risk. The increasing reliance on data for decision-making and the lack of stringent data protection measures have made data breaches one of the most pressing security issues of our time. As AI continues to reshape our world, are we prepared for the ethical dilemmas it brings? Human rights and ethical concerns have taken center stage at the context of AI and data-driven technologies. Robust regulatory frameworks should not only protect individuals' privacy rights, but also address the human rights implications and ethical implications of these technologies. As we increasingly rely on technologies in our daily lives, vast amounts of our personal and sensitive information are being collected, stored, and processed. This has led to a heightened risk of privacy breaches with potentially severe consequences for individuals and our societies. Moreover, the ethical implications of these technologies cannot be overlooked. The use of AI and data-driven technologies raises important ethical questions about consent, about transparency, about fairness. For instance, do individuals really know and understand how their data is being used? Are these technologies being used in a way that is fair and equitable? In a way that protects our human rights? And importantly, who is accountable when things go wrong? So in shaping regulatory frameworks, it is crucial to strike a balance between innovation and privacy, between benefits of these technologies and the need to protect individuals' rights. This requires a proactive and collaborative approach involving all stakeholders, governments, the big platforms, businesses, civil society, and us as individuals. As we navigate the new and emerging security paradigms in the AI-driven world, privacy, human rights, and ethics must be at the forefront in our discussions and actions. Only then can we ensure the benefits of these disruptive technologies are realized while minimizing the potential risks and harms. Proactive regulation will be key. By anticipating future developments, involving all stakeholders and fostering international cooperation, can we shape a regulatory framework that safeguards our societies, economies, and ensures global stability in an increasingly tech-driven world. Proactive regulation involves anticipating the future and preparing for them in advance. It requires a deep understanding of the technologies in question and so comes in the participation of scientists. Their potential applications and associated risks of these technologies. Understanding allows us to develop regulations that are flexible and adaptive, able to respond quickly to new developments and emerging threats. However, proactive regulation is not solely the responsibility of governments. It requires active participations of all stakeholders, from technology developers and users to academia and civil society. By fostering collaborative approach, we can ensure that all perspectives are considered and the resulting regulations are balanced and effective. Moreover, proactive regulation must be underpinned by international corporations. We've heard before this morning and again the global nature of the digital world, that security threats are not confined to national borders. Therefore, international cooperation is essential in developing regulations that are globally applicable and effective. It is our hope that through collaboration and knowledge sharing on the potentials and pitfalls of new emerging technologies, nations can work together to create proactive solutions to safeguard our individuals, societies, economies, and bring about global stability. This is not just a challenge today, but an opportunity for us to shape a future where technology serves humanity and not the other way around. Thank you for attention.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sharaf. And now, last but not least, let me invite Professor Jae-Jun Lee of Seoul National University.
Okay, thanks, Professor Su, and thanks, previous panelists, for listing up important bullet points. And I'm a professor in the Graduate School of Data Science at Seoul National University, and I belong to computer science engineering 4 years ago, but now I moved on to data science department, and I'm working on high-performance computing and supercomputing, and currently I'm working on, in that field, I'm working on AI platforms and quantum computing. And I'm a leader of the government-funded engineering center for optimizing hyperscale AI models and platforms. So I thought about the current situation of generative AI and the kind of things, and I will emphasize 3 things here. The first is there are too many threats. Here I want to emphasize fictitious threats. People are writing novels, science fictions, and common people, normal people just believe it, and they think it's a threat, but I don't think so. The original definition of artificial intelligence is implementing human-level intelligence by using computers or other methods. But we did not reach that level yet. So what I mean is that just we implement mimicking 3%, even less than 3% of human intelligence right now. The AI techniques are just mimicking or augmenting human capability in specific kind, not the general intelligence. The proof is that I didn't hear artificial general intelligence 10 years ago, right? But now people are talking about artificial general intelligence, not artificial intelligence. That means we are not at the level of real artificial intelligence. Okay, don't worry. We worry too much. So there are 2 positions about this, doomers and boomers. Maybe you heard about that. Doomers think human beings are doomed by AI techniques, okay, technology. And boomers are in the position that human beings will be proliferated by AI technology. I'm a boomers, sorry. I'm a boomer. And I think we worry too much. I mean, to remove that kind of position or worriness, we need to understand the technology well, not writing fictitious novels or scientific fictions. Okay, that's my opinion about this. People are saying AI will replace human positions, but I don't think so. AI will augment human capabilities. And you can treat AI technology as a computer. Okay? You are using computer and you augment your capability. Actually, I mean, there are increasing number of occupations that prepares for what the fictitious threats, right? We are preparing for how do I put it? Some empty things, not the reality. Okay, so there are some threats, real threats, but we can handle them. So the second bullet point here I want to say is that the level of threats of AI technology is the level of atomic bomb. Did you see Oppenheimer? Did you watch Oppenheimer movie? How many? Raise your hand. Okay, good. There are some, right? So actually my undermajor was physics, and we talked about at that time what is the ethics or moral position to think about this Manhattan Project. What is the effect? That kind of thing. But we concluded that it's value neutral. There's no correct or incorrect answer to that. It's just a positioning thing. If you like it, you like it. If you don't like it, don't like it. That's it. There's no correct, incorrect thing. Same thing here. I don't think the threat of AI technology, the level of threats, is higher than atomic bomb. We handled the atomic bomb well so far, right? By preparing for some regulations and that kind of things. Actually, the things are better than atomic bomb because we prepared it some regulations after the atomic explosion happened. But now we are not yet reached the human level intelligence yet. But still, even though we are in that kind of status, we are preparing for the threats, right? That's better position. So we need to list up real threats and then prepare how to handle them. Okay, that's my second point. My third point is that economic security, other than the USA. So AI technologies are monopolized by some US big techs. So that's, I think, a very important thing. So we need to develop better technology for small companies and startups, for other countries, so that they can get into the market, right? Right now, the AI technologies are consuming a lot of resources, electricity and huge server resources. If you don't have any capital, big capital, then you cannot get into the market. So we need to develop better technologies so that lots of people can get benefits from that kind of technologies. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee, for we are all the doomers, and finally now we have a boomer here that balance our discussion. Before we get into discussion, I wanted to say that, you know, what a tour de force of the fourth, there's kind of a fourth industrial revolution technologies you've given. I think given the presentations we've already had, I think there seems to be three sets of policy challenges that we're facing. The first one is, of course, is how do we regulate the various kind of risks that's being talked about. The second, I think equally important, is how can we actually promote the diffusion of technology to make sure that the technology can benefit globally, fairly and globally. I think that's the second. And the third, I think more specifically, is how actually international collaboration can help and can facilitate the, guarding the risks and also promoting the benefits. So I think that's this kind of three sets of issues that maybe we can focus in, remaining time, very little time remaining. So now let me turn to the first question to Professor Signy. In the context of the discussion, how should global tech governance system can evolve to meet the urgent need for regulatory clarity in cross-border data and technology sharing?
Thank you very much for this extremely important question, but please allow me, I fully agree with your very positive assessment of the prospect of AI, because when we typically speak about emerging technology and AI in particular, people will tend to look at the risk and not necessarily at the opportunities. But of course, AI and other technologies associated with the fourth industrial revolution really provide the world and the global south in particular a unique opportunity to be leveraged for economic development, health, as mentioned by Excellency, for example. So, and those points are discussed here in my most recent book, if you allow, Africa Fourth Industrial Revolution, with the foreword by Klaus Schwab, the executive chairman and founder of the World Economic Forum. So, and having said that, I want to bring a global south type of conversation, and that is related to governance as well, because in most of the global south, including African countries, when you speak about AI, for example, people will think about sovereignty, inclusion, ethics, revenue sharing, socio-economic development, bias, fairness, transparency, ownership, human rights, tech transfer, imperative to innovate and not just consume, resource gap to leverage those, to be included, not just in the policy-making process, but also in sharing the benefits. So again, to what extent could we be actually inclusive? Let me finish, because I know we are limited on time, but as you can see, I'm really passionate about this topic. But let me finish by referring you again to one. I'm also the executive director of the Thunderbird Fourth Industrial Revolution Global Initiative and a senior fellow at Brookings Institution. So I will refer you, and that is Siri, which is speaking to me in French. So let me refer you to the publication where you can look at the specific steps. The one I mentioned earlier as well, a blueprint for technology governance in the post-pandemic world that you can find freely also at the Brookings Institution website, where we explain the pillars of agile technology governance and multi-stakeholder collaboration. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let me turn to Dr. Epstein. You had quite a wide experience in the government, both at OSCP and Homeland Security. So I'm just wondering, drawing your lessons, from your government experience, what are the key lessons that we actually can be used to managing sort of the biosecurity risks? That's on the one hand, and also what kind of international collaboration that might help to facilitate the managing of those risks?
Thank you for those questions. Let me back up a little bit. Before I think I can answer what should be regulated and who should do it, we have to understand what are the possible intervention points. Where might regulation actually make sense? And in looking at the risks from biology, it's not only the risk of a possible new weapon being developed, it's also the risk, as we've heard, of having the benefits of biotechnology not made available because we haven't either protected the firms that do it, their data has been stolen, their production, their engineered organisms have been stolen, they're not able to work, or we've put on an onerous regulatory regime that they can't tolerate with. The way that one can look at the risk of AI, there's a number of ways. One can look at the models themselves. There's particular models that use huge amounts of computing power and huge amounts of data. One can say, can we control the access to the compute power needed to make these models? And then can the models that then result be made safer? Can we limit the data they look at so they're not able to learn things that might be dangerous? Can we limit access to the models by saying these people seem to have a legitimate use, these other people may not? So those are the types of tools that we can consider, recognizing you have to understand who you might be excluding while you're doing that. Another set of controls is to recognize that data by itself cannot influence the real world unless it's turned into some physical object that can then, say in the case of a disease organism, propagate and cause harm. So we heard reference earlier in this meeting to the so-called digital to physical interface. And there, if you take a DNA sequence, some company has to turn that into a DNA molecule. And that company can apply tests. Is that sequence one that might be causing harm? If so, are the people who are ordering it ones that have a legitimate need for it? And we can think of applying, independent of what the AIs can do, we can look at that interface and say, are dangerous things happening there? In terms of potential constraint on the benefits of biotechnology and of AI, I recognize that we're in a realm where these fields are growing explosively fast and benefits are manifesting all the time. The question for all of us is if regulation is going to force a little bit of a slower growth rate, we might have a field that's growing a little less than explosively fast, but still pretty fast. So the question is are you actually buying any security by implementing that regulation? If you are, I'm willing to pay that price. And on your words of international collaboration, let me look at more of the, maybe I'm restating things that have been said today, but why it's so essential rather than how one does it, because there's a lot of people who have more experience than me in having done it. It's essential for at least two reasons. One is we have to draw on the brain power of the whole world. And so if any one country is not tapping the international community, they're failing to do that. And second, we not only need their brain power, but we need their confidence and their buy-in in the solution. No regime developed by some small set of countries will have legitimacy if it's not designed in collaboration / cooperation / partnership with the broader global community. And so for both of those reasons, it's essential that we figure out how to do international collaboration.
Thank you. Now let me turn to Dr. Travely. You've talked about the gaps in terms of in Africa, but also in many developing countries, the gaps in terms of catching up with these technologies. Now I think we know that UN has the General Secretary had the advisory body, on what to do with AI. So if you want to, if now you're asked to give some advice on not just regulating the risks, but how to promote the diffusion of technology, what advice would you give to the Secretary General, not Ban Ki-moon, but Guterres?
I think the first thing is really to accelerate policy development. It has to be within 1 year. Accelerate policy development and institution reforms. And why is institution reform important? Because institution reform, cross collaboration between institutions within a country is embedded in institution reform. And it is this cross collaboration between institutions and government agencies that will foster the diffusion of technology. And that's the main thing. So people in the healthcare, they must understand what AI means for healthcare. People in the banking system, they must understand what it means for their system. So cross-collaboration within institutions is key. And actually, this is embedded in the ITU G generation model. So basically, we need to make sure that African countries reach the G5 generation level, where they are ready for this type of collaboration, which implies diffusion of knowledge.
Okay, now I'd like to ask Professor Ionescu and also probably Dr. Sharma, given the kind of converging all this, sort of emerging technologies and so on, I think we already mentioned, in the earlier discussion, whether we should have a sort of kind of just singularly AI-related sort of governance regime, or should we have a broader technology, sort of management agency or mechanisms? Particularly, I think you all mentioned about the conversion of this, the fusion of many of these technologies. So, in terms of developing the framework, what would be the choices we can make?
Thank you very much, Lan. So I would concur with your assessment that treating AI as an isolated area, perhaps at this point, doesn't make sense because there are so many implications for it across the subject domains that we've all discussed this afternoon, and in particular with quantum, particularly the combination as was mentioned by Mihai, of quantum and AI could be incredibly powerful. So to my mind, having organizations, institutions, indeed even regulations which cross-cut across some of these technology domains would be a holistic way and indeed the proper way to address them, because separating them out into individual areas, given the context of the fourth industrial revolution, to my mind would not make sense and neither be effective.
Okay, let me try to comment on that. I'm coming from Switzerland, a country that puts very high human values, and there is a reflection on this type of question just now. First, I would like again to state this reciprocal amplification that we foresee between nanotechnology and AI. And, you know, as from the point of regulation, we know that Europe in general, EU, was a pioneer in pushing regulatory aspect. On the other hand, we see clearly that we should have the right balance between regulation, anticipating threats, and avoiding jeopardizing innovation, keeping high innovation, and what could be the benefit from humanity. So this is where a balance between the two, I think, is the right thing to do at this moment. Second, looking back of some of the applications, someone was referring practically of the use or misuse. We see indeed that people are afraid that in this domain, auto-regulation will not happen. You will need to have maybe public-private partnership that addressing this point. And one of the key things, if you are looking just at the technology that I cited, digital twins, you will find that people are able today to address the 17 development goals to make them sustainable of the United Nations by the use of this technology. Why is that? Because this gives you kind of objective projection of adopting different scenarios and the different consequences of that humanity can derive based on data, based on AI, based on the tool that we have. So, which means a more democratized access to this technology in order to make all the humanity benefit of it. And I think this is the right way of doing it.
Well, now let me turn to Professor Lee. I totally agree with you that indeed general public actually do not understand very much of the technology, and so often indeed, you know, they were scared because they don't understand. But how do you make general public understand this whole set of new technologies? You know, I think a lot of things that we may not understand ourselves. So what's the way to get people to understand this technology so they can actually have their voice heard, you know, properly, rationally?
Okay. Actually, it's very difficult. Easy question, but difficult answer. You know, I mean, to answer the question. And I think common people are very sensitive to the media, and the media is first responsible for this kind of misleadings. So we need to educate the journalists or media to correctly they transfer the concept technology. And the second thing is graduate school or undergraduate school students need to be educated well. Even they have some hallucination about this AI technology. So I think education is the first thing. Yeah.
So one regulation may be to ask you as a professor to spend some time, like a half day a week, to talk to the public about the technology.
Actually, I'm doing that. I mean, I was doing that too in front of some people from companies, right? General companies. Yeah. I did that, and kind of they were surprised, because of they just knew that the AI reached the human level intelligence, and that kind of thing is wrong, but they think it's correct, right? So that's an important thing. Yeah.
Now, finally, to conclude, let me ask Mr. Sharif, that we've talked about giving the advice to the to UN General Secretary, and now if you're giving the advice to your Prime Minister in the country of how to catch up, how to really reduce the gap in technology, what are some of the policy measures they should really adopt?
Thank you. I think I come from a small island developing nation, so we had to start from building digital citizenship. I think this goes also to the question that was asked just before me. And we talked about literacy. So I don't know if you know, there is something called the Human Development Index, which talks about literacy. But today we've got to talk about digital literacy, information literacy, and finally AI literacy. I think these are the key foundations. And this is not just for our scientists or our lawmakers. This is for everybody today, because our lives, from the alarm that wakes us up to the alarms that reminds us to take our medication, will be governed by AI. And everyone needs to understand AI. Everyone needs to be able to live with AI, I think. And as we've been told, we are working towards the general AI, which actually makes AI slightly different from the technologies that are very specific, solving specific problems, where AI is not specific. It's trying to become like us, where we solve all sorts of problems, from catching animals that were faster and bigger than us, to flying, which we were definitely not built to do. So we've got to, I think, start by building generations. And I'm definitely a boomer, from all the sense of the way my gray hair speaks for itself. But today's generation may think they understand the technology, but as policymakers, we definitely have a responsibility to make sure that we build a generation who will be able to anticipate the future and take proactive action, where we are looking at principles-based, we are looking at rights-based approaches to developing our society, be it technology-based society, data-driven society, AI and nanotechnology-based society. It's still our human society. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me to thank all the wonderful panelists for a great session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to our chair and our panelists. Please go back to your seats. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your active participation and also your presence until the last session, which was special roundtable. This brings us to the end of our roundtable session. And now we will have our very last session, which is the closing ceremony of the 2023 WESF. And ladies and gentlemen, today we started from the opening ceremony and we had 3 different sessions. And we shared our insights under the big title of Advancing Global Cooperation in Response to Security Threats in Cyberspace and New Technologies. We hope that our participants from online and both offline had a very meaningful time to share diverse wisdoms to cope with emerging security threats for a better, peaceful, and safer world. Thank you once again for your support. And now we do have 2 meaningful closing remarks here at the site. So please remain seated, and we'd like to welcome our 2 esteemed speakers. I believe we're now ready to invite our first speaker. Please allow me to invite Dr. Paul Charest, Executive Vice President and Director of Studies at Center for a New American Security. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. What a tremendous day. I want to thank Minister Park Jin and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for putting on a remarkable conference, and also for inviting the Center for New American Security to be a content partner for today's conference. I also want to thank all of the amazing speakers that we heard today, who came from all around the world in person and virtually to share their views on how emerging technologies are changing global security. We live in challenging times. There is war underway in Europe and the Middle East, heightened tensions in Asia and the Indo-Pacific region, security challenges in Africa and Latin America, and technology is creating new opportunities, yes, but also new risks. To manage these challenges, we must work together, not just despite our differences, but because of them. It is natural that nations will want to use emerging technologies to improve their security, but we must be careful. These new tools of technology are powerful, but also dangerous. If unchecked, hyper-competition will lead to hyper-destruction. The challenge before us is to come together to manage these risks, to reach agreement on how we can use these technologies, and in some cases to constrain them. The 20th century saw the introduction of new terrible weapons of mass destruction in the form of nuclear weapons. Faced with the dangers of nuclear proliferation and arms races, the global community came together to manage these risks. Many challenges remain, but the world is safer today because our predecessors found ways to work together on nuclear non-proliferation and arms control. And we must do the same for the technologies of today. We will not survive a world of unconstrained competition in AI, cyberspace, biotechnology, and other emerging technologies. We've seen in the past year a growing number of voices, including scientific experts on AI, call for a pause in the pursuit of some of these dangerous technologies, and for nations to come together to reach agreements to constrain them. We must rise to this challenge. We must come together to craft new non-proliferation and arms control agreements for a new era. The discussions today have been an important step forward, but there is much work to be done. The task before us is large, and we must work together to meet it. Our individual security depends on our collective security. Thank you again to the Korean Foreign Ministry, to today's speakers, and to all of you for joining us for an excellent discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Paul Charay, for that meaningful word, and also thank you for emphasizing global cooperation and partnership. Thank you once again. And next, it is my great honor to invite Mr. Lee Tur, Deputy Director General for International Organization of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Dr. Paul Charay, Executive Vice President and Director of Studies, CNAS. Excellencies, distinguished guests, now it is time to conclude the third World Emerging Security Forum. On behalf of the host, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, I would like to express my sincere thanks to all the speakers for their valuable contributions. I think we are all immensely benefited from insightful and fascinating presentation today. The discussion today has brought into clear focus that we should be alert to the imminent and evolving security threats and respond swiftly and wisely as well by drawing on our knowledge and expertise to avoid any undesirable scenarios. It is impossible to capture all these valuable insights, expertise shared today, but let me just highlight 3 points that we can draw from this forum. Foremost, multi-stakeholder partnership. We can address emerging issues of greater complexity better with the cooperation with more stakeholders. Emerging security issues transcends all borders and sectors, and it may be that many of us are not fully aware of this butterfly effect they can cause. Inclusive participation, encompassing all regions and all sectors of society is essential. International organizations, governments, academia, businesses, and civil society all have their part to play. Second, shared values. It is uncertain how new technologies such as artificial intelligence, will evolve. This is something which is hard to predict. As we navigate our way through this unpredictable journey, our efforts should be firmly anchored on our fundamental values, such as human rights, democracy, and shared and inclusive prosperity. Last, governance. As we did today, we must continue this conversation on finding a strong and effective governance in response to this potential risk ahead. In doing so, we should have clear understanding on the nature of the risks and exactly where the risk exists, so that potential governance is not overregulating or misplaced. This again requires more robust conversation among various stakeholders going forward. So let me assure you that the Korean government's commitment to facilitating and advancing this conversation to tackle emerging new security threats. Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korea will indeed continue to host the World Emerging Security Forum with a view to tackling new and critical security issues. With that, let me once again thank you for joining us today, and we look forward to seeing you at the forum next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please give a big hand. Thank you. Thank you to Mr. Ito for sharing with us 3 points that we should focus on based on our outcomes and conversations that we've discussed today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for staying with us until the very last moment of today's sessions. And we'd like to extend our sincere gratitude once again to, of course, on-site participants and all of our online participants as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the 2023 World Emerging Security Forum, and we hope to see all of you next year as well. Thank you once again for your participation.